Su Ming, you are the top student, right? Well, from now on, you are not even fit to carry my shoes. Zhao Kuo stood on the awakening stage, his voice dripping with arrogance. A pillar of dark red fire erupted from beneath his feet, soaring into the sky. The heat was so intense it melted the edges of his school uniform sleeves. He looked down at me with a smirk full of 3 years' worth of resentment. S-rank elemental talent, ground fire. The instructor shouted. His voice was shaking with excitement. The entire field erupted. An S-rank. Our city had not seen an S-rank in years. Everyone knew what this meant. Zhao Kuo was going straight to one of the top 3 universities in the country. He was a rich heir, the son of the Zhao group, so people just shrugged and said it was expected. In this world, once you turn 18, you get one shot at awakening a talent. It determines your entire life. There are 5 categories: element, strength, support, life, and the rare mystery type. The ranks go from F all the way to SSS. F rank is considered trash, while SSS rank is a legend that can change the era. A rank is a ticket to a top school. S rank. That means you are destined to become a powerhouse, a pillar of the Federation. Zhao Kuo walked off the stage and deliberately shoved his shoulder into mine. A spark of his fire brushed against my arm, burning a hole in my sleeve and searing my skin. He hated me. For 3 years, I had been the top student, the poor orphan who outperformed him in every class. I was better looking, and I carried myself with a cold, aloof attitude that drove him crazy. But what he hated most was the woman standing next to me. Lu Ruyan. She was the school beauty, the kind of girl who made the air feel sweeter just by standing there. Every guy in our grade had a crush on her, and Zhao Kuo was the most obsessed of them all. He had everything money could buy, except for her. She had chosen me, a guy who couldn't even afford a house. Wait until you awaken, Zhao Kuo sneered, leaning close to my ear. We will see who the real trash is. Then he glanced at Lu Ruyan. Some things you just won't be worthy of anymore. I frowned and looked at the burn on my arm. I didn't say a word, but inside, I was cursing his entire lineage. S-rank. Big deal. Just wait until I get up there. I'll show you the fury of a top student. The truth was, I wasn't from this world. I was a transmigrator from Earth, a corporate slave who had been worked to death. When I woke up here, I realized I had a good face and a sharp brain. For 3 years, I had carefully maintained my persona as a cold, genius youth. I lived in a shack but acted like a prince. It was the only way a poor kid like me could get scholarships and respect. I had spent 3 years pretending to be cool, and honestly, I was getting used to it. Beside me, Lu Ruyan gripped the hem of my shirt. I turned to look at her. She was a Qingling beauty, but right now, she looked terrified. What's wrong? I asked. It's almost my turn, she whispered, her eyes turning red. If my talent is bad, will you leave me? I rubbed her hair gently. Don't talk nonsense. Of course I won't. She bit her lip. Her family wasn't much better off than mine, and her grades were always at the bottom. She had nothing but her looks. For the past 3 years, I had been her only light. I taught her, I bought her food, and I even carried her to the infirmary when she was sick. She always said that holding my hand made her feel like her mind was finally clear. Su Ming, let's go to the best university together, okay? I nodded and squeezed her hand. We had been together for 3 years, but the most we had done was hold hands. She always said we had to wait until university. Lu Ruyan. The instructor called her name. She let go of my hand and walked up to the stage on shaky legs. She placed her palm against the awakening stone and closed her eyes. A pink light exploded from the stone without warning. The color was vibrant, rare, and far more mesmerizing than Zhao Kuo's dark red fire. The instructor's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Lu Ruyan. A-rank mystery talent. Companion Shi. The crowd went dead silent for a second before erupting into a frenzy. Mystery types were incredibly rare. Only a handful were awakened in the entire Federation every year. And Companion Shi was the ultimate prize. It was known as the perfect partner talent. If she paired up with a powerhouse, they would form a perfect loop of energy. She would share their cultivation progress, and her high-purity energy would double their training speed. She could even help them break through bottlenecks. She was a living, breathing miracle drug. In the world of elites, every major family would kill to marry a girl like her. The crowd was losing their minds. The girl with the worst grades had just become a phoenix. Lu Rian stood on the stage, looking like she was about to cry from joy. Her body had always been special. Even before awakening, she had been subconsciously absorbing the aura of those around her. It was my aura that had pushed her over the threshold to reach A rank. She looked down from the high stage, her eyes scanning the crowd until they landed on me. I was wearing my old, tattered uniform, giving her a thumbs up and a smile. But she didn't look back with love. Her gaze was cold, filled with a sense of entitlement. I stood there stunned. A rank mystery? The ultimate cultivation partner? If there weren't so many people watching, I would have started dancing right there. My girlfriend had just become the ultimate cheat code. My girlfriend had just awakened a dual cultivation talent. They say every transmigrator gets a cheat code, and I figured this was mine. This was a god-tier start. I almost burst out laughing, but I forced my face to stay still, putting on a cold, aloof mask to keep up appearances. A dozen more students went up, and then the name everyone was waiting for finally echoed across the grounds. Su Ming. It was my turn. When the instructor called my name, his voice was thick with anticipation. I was the top student in theory. My mental strength was double that of my peers. My analytical skills in combat simulations were considered monstrous. Everyone expected me to land an A rank at the very least. The eyes of every student and teacher focused on me. A group of junior girls stared at my lean, upright figure, their cheeks flushing red. They whispered about how cool I looked, even in my old, tattered school uniform. They were all waiting for me to pull off something massive. I straightened my collar. I might be poor, but in my head, I was the protagonist. I stepped onto the platform and pressed my hand against the stone. I silently begged the stone to light up like crazy for me. The stone hummed. It glowed. The awakening was a success. But then, I saw the color. It was wrong. It was a dull, murky, lifeless gray. The text on the display screen flickered to life, hitting me like a physical slap to the face. Su Ming. F-rank physical enhancement talent. Increasingly heavy. I hadn't even processed the shock of being an F rank when the small text underneath broke me completely. Side effect, osteoporosis. The entire plaza went dead silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then, the crowd erupted into waves of mocking laughter. The top theory student had awakened an F-rank talent. Increasingly heavy, people were shouting, asking if that even counted as a talent. It sounded like a slow-motion suicide. Someone checked the federal database and shouted the details. The talent increased my body weight by 0.1% every single day. But since the human frame has a limit, and I had the brittle bone side effect, I was basically a ticking time bomb. The instructor looked like he had swallowed a fly. He shook his head, his face full of pity and disappointment. Even among F ranks, the chance of a side effect was only 1%, and somehow, it had landed on me. In an era where elemental and mystery types ruled, physical enhancement was already a dead end. No matter how strong your muscles were, you couldn't punch through a space barrier or survive a D-rank Earth spike. The students who had been looking at me with admiration moments ago were now doubling over with laughter. A fallen genius was worth less than a dog. At least a dog could awaken a sense of smell enhancement. I stood on the stage, staring at that piercing gray F with a blank mind. I wanted to scream at the stone. My scholarship was gone. My guaranteed admission was gone. Most importantly, my plan to coast on my girlfriend's talent was ruined. How could I dual cultivate with her now? By crushing her to death with my weight. This F-rank talent gave me 0 combat power. Instead, I'd have to use my tiny monthly allowance to buy calcium supplements just to stay alive. I looked down at the classmates who used to copy my homework. They were laughing the loudest. My legs felt weak as I walked off the stage. It wasn't fear, it was the physical sensation of being slapped by fate. Zhaokuo was waiting for me at the bottom of the steps with his lackeys. He blocked my path, tilting his head as he looked me up and down. He mocked my brittle bones, telling me I should go work as a paperweight at a scrapyard. I didn't say a word. I tried to walk around him, but he stepped in my way again. He turned his head toward Lu Ruyan, who was walking over. His eyes were burning with heat. Ruyan, he shouted, his voice booming across the plaza. Your A-rank chi and my S-rank lava talent are a perfect match. If you stay with a brittle-boned loser, your talent will be wasted. Lu Rian stopped. She looked at me, and I looked at her. This was the girl I had protected for 3 years. Part of me wanted to grab her hand and tell her that we could make it work. I wanted to tell her that even if I was heavy, I was stable. But the hesitation I saw in her eyes vanished so quickly it made my blood run cold. She looked at my pale face, my cheap uniform, and the burn marks on my arm from where Zhao Kuo had bullied me before. She walked over to Zhao Kuo's side without a single look of regret. When she turned back to face me, her eyes were like ice. She looked like a completely different person. "Su Ming, let's break up," she said. Her voice was flat. There was no guilt, no gratitude for everything I had done. My talent dictates that I must be with the truly strong. We aren't in the same world anymore. It felt like a jagged blade to the heart. I couldn't believe it. All the promises she made about our future in college were gone. She wasn't just a partner. She was a social climber. The crowd went quiet as Zhao Kuo reached out and grabbed her waist. She stiffened for a second, then leaned into him. Zhao Kuo smirked, his chin held high. "Didn't you always want to go to a top 10 university, Su Ming? Don't worry. I'll take Rian there myself." He raised his voice so everyone could hear. "You stay home and rest those brittle bones. Maybe when I'm a gold-rank powerhouse, I'll come back and check on you. After all, you were my girlfriend's ex." The laughter from the crowd surged like a tide. Seeing someone get their girl stolen right in front of them was the ultimate entertainment. The homeroom teacher, Wang Jiangwo, pushed his way through the crowd. He saw the situation and froze for a second. He knew exactly what our relationship had been for the last 3 years. But after a moment of shock, a sycophantic smile plastered itself onto his face. He started rubbing his hands together, ignoring me completely. "Zhao Kuo, Rian, you two have brought so much honor to our school today." He praised them loudly, his voice full of flattery. S rank and A rank. Truly a match made in heaven. I could see it from the stage. Everyone in the school knew they were the perfect match. Listening to my homeroom teacher's blatant flattery and seeing Lu Rian act so submissive and obedient beside him, Zhao Kuo looked like he was walking on air. I stood there, watching this scene. It was as ridiculous as it was disgusting. "Since old Wang says so, then I wish you two a long life together and many children," I said flatly. "Now, everybody move. Don't block my way home to take my calcium pills." I didn't give them another glance. I turned my shoulder and prepared to leave. I had lived 2 lives now. I knew I couldn't afford to be impulsive. However, my strange calmness felt like an invisible slap to Zhao Kuo's face. He had expected to see me, the top-ranked student who always acted so high and mighty, break down in tears. He wanted to see me rage in impotence or beg for her to stay. He had waited 3 years for this moment. But my attitude, the feeling that even though I'd lost, he hadn't really won, made him see red. "Stop right there. Did I say you could leave?" Zhao Kuo stepped across, blocking my path. His eyes were cold and sinister. A piece of trash who can barely walk straight is still trying to act like a top student in front of me. He pointed down at the stone floor beneath his feet, his gaze full of malice. "Kneel down right now. Count out to me. Say it loud so everyone can hear that you wish Rian and me a long life together. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll toss you a few $1,000 for your calcium pills." The crowd began to whisper. Everyone could see that Zhao Kuo wanted to completely crush my dignity. I stopped walking. I looked up at him, mentally cursing every member of his family. Even facing the terrifying heat radiating from an S-rank awakener, I didn't flinch. I just stood my ground. "An S-rank talent might let you act tough in Jiang City," I said, my voice clear and steady. "But federal law hasn't given you the right to make a citizen kneel. Move." My lack of fear ignited Zhao Kuo's arrogance. "You're using federal law to pressure me? Do you even know who I am?" His face twisted. He raised a hand, and a thick, dark red flame suddenly erupted. The S-rank molten earth fire distorted the very air with its heat. "Go to hell, you cripple." Zhao Kuo showed no mercy. He threw a punch cloaked in lava-like heat directly at my chest. For the first time, I felt a surge of shock. I didn't think he would actually dare to kill me here. My mind raced. System? Cheat code? Grandpa in a ring? I'll even take a brick. If something doesn't happen now, I'm going to be a roasted pig. My pupils shrank. I couldn't dodge. My awakening was too fresh, and the side effects were already hitting me. The heaviness in my body and the onset of osteoporosis meant my reflexes couldn't keep up with an S-rank's burst of speed. I gritted my teeth and crossed my arms in front of my face. Thud! The flaming fist slammed into my forearms. A searing burn tore through my skin, followed by a sickening crack from deep within my marrow. I let out a muffled groan as the impact sent me stumbling back 5 or 6 steps. My old-school uniform sleeves turned to ash instantly. The skin on my arms was bright red and blistering. The pain from the cracked bones made cold sweat pour down my face, but I bit my tongue and refused to scream. Zhaoque shook the flames off his hand and smiled cruelly. Bones cracked, didn't they? Let's see how you block the next one. He began to manifest a molten fireball the size of a basketball in his palm. He was definitely trying to kill me. Stop. Only then did Wang Jiangwo, the homeroom teacher who had been watching the show, finally step in. He wasn't trying to protect me. He just put a flattering hand on Zhaoque's arm. Young Master Zhao, calm down. Using lethal talents in school is a violation of the rules. The college entrance exam is coming up. It's not worth getting a disciplinary mark over someone like him. Then, he turned around and pointed his finger right at my nose, screaming, Su Ming, you ungrateful wolf. The school let you study for free for 3 years because you're an orphan. Is this how you pay us back? By insulting your classmates and provoking a genius? My anger finally boiled over. I gripped my fractured arm and looked at Wang Jiangwo coldly. Who did I insult? He hit me first. Are you blind? Bullshit. You were the one being disrespectful. Wang Jiangwo was flat out lying now. I officially announced that due to poor character and terrible talent, Su Ming is expelled from Class 2 effective immediately. You aren't even qualified to take the college entrance exam. His eyes flashed with cruelty as he added one more thing. Also, I will apply to the Federation to cancel your 800 yuan monthly orphan subsidy. That sentence hit harder than Zhaoque's fist. For me, that money wasn't just for food. It was for the high-calcium pills that kept me alive. He was killing me without a blade. I stared at Wang Jiangwo and spoke one word at a time. Federal Law, Article 17. No one has the right to strip an awakener of their right to take the exam. As long as I pass the written and practical tests, I can get into a martial arts university. Wang Jiangwo blinked, then sneered internally. Asterisk fine, you bookworm. You know the laws. Asterisk. But you forgot that practical exams can be dangerous. If I arrange for you to fight a raging armored boar, there won't even be a corpse left to bury. Before he could speak, Zhaoque stepped forward with a smirk. Since student Su knows the law so well, you must know that the practical exam allows for arena challenges between students, right? He lowered his voice, sounding like a cat playing with a mouse. In 7 days, at the practical exam arena, I officially challenge you. Once we're on that stage, life and death are in the hands of fate. I'm going to break every single bone in your body in front of the whole school. I knew that talking tough in front of someone with absolute power was pointless. It only gave them more satisfaction. If you have the power, it's a flex. If you don't, you're just a fool. I took a deep look at Zhaoque, Lu Ruyan, and that dog Wang Jiangwo. I burned their ugly faces into my memory. Fine. See you at the exam in 7 days. I turned around and walked out of the hall, my steps heavy as my weight continued to climb. I kept up the act until I cleared the gates, then I started to move faster. Run. The moment I left the school grounds, my flesh felt like it was filled with lead. The side effects were coming on way too fast. I looked up at the gray sky and let out a long breath. I was done pretending. The cold genius, the top student, the calm demeanor, it was all crap. I was just a poor kid, a joke, a transmigrator who got rubbed into the dirt by fate. But so what? A smile touched my lips. It was self-deprecating, but there was a hint of madness in it. If my life was really this worthless, I'd just let Zhaoque kill me in 7 days and try for a third life. But if I got a chance to turn the tables, if I got the power to grow strong, then every word I had swallowed today, I would make them hear it back tenfold. I stumbled all the way back to my cramped rental room. The moment I pushed the door open, my body gave out. My knees hit the floor with a heavy, sickening thud. I slammed into the concrete floor. My forehead hit the ground hard, sending a jolt of pain through my skull. I tried to push myself up, but a searing agony shot through my arms, making me grit my teeth and hiss. I could feel it. Every second, my body was getting heavier. This was my original talent. It wasn't about getting stronger. It was about being crushed to death by my own weight. I had spent 3 years in this world, working my heart out to be a top student. I was content with a quiet, ordinary life. But on awakening day, fate decided to rub my face in the dirt. My girlfriend left me. The whole school laughed at me, and I ended up with a talent that was essentially chronic suicide. If this were a web novel, the readers would be rioting. I felt like writing a 1-star review to the Transmigrator Association myself. I didn't have the energy to fantasize about some, from zero to hero, revenge story. I just lay there on the rough floor, staring at the cracks in the ceiling. A low, bitter laugh escaped my throat. Fine. You want to be heavy? Get heavier. You want my bones to be brittle? Make them snap. If I don't die today, I'm going to make this world tremble under my weight. That spark of madness, that feeling of being pushed to the edge, seemed to touch something forbidden. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed deep in my mind. Host's bone density is severely deficient. Body mass is facing collapse. Activation conditions met. Beginning analysis of host's F-rank talent. Ever-increasing weight. Analysis complete. Matching with the Universal Source Sequence Library. Match successful. Sequence compatibility, 100%. Evolution beginning. 10%, 20%, 100%. Congratulations. Your talent has evolved to its ultimate form. F-rank ever-increasing weight has evolved into SSS rank, Eternal Massachusetts. System? My mind, which had been on the verge of blacking out, suddenly snapped awake. I felt a surge of adrenaline. I knew it. Fate wouldn't just starve a stray bird like me. The system wouldn't abandon a son of Earth. I gritted my teeth, using what little strength I had left in my arms to flip myself over. I leaned my back against the edge of the bed, breathing hard. System, come out, I whispered. Let me see what you look like. There was no response. Hey, don't play the silent type. We're family now. Give me something. Host, please view your status panel directly. The voice replied flatly. This system does not possess a small talk function. My eyes lit up. View panel. A blue, semi-transparent screen flickered into existence in the center of my vision. Host, Su Ming. Realm, First Order Black Iron. Life form, First Stage, Mortal Body. Real mass, 76 kilograms, plus 0 mass points. Promotion progress, 7.6%. 924 kilograms of pure mass required for next stage. Below my talent, 3 icons glowed with a dark, golden light. These were my sequences. Sequence 1, Mass Amplification. Evolved from F-rank. Your current mass increases by 1% every single day. Sequence 2, Mass Reconstruction. As your life form evolves, your body will automatically restructure itself to handle the weight. You can also consume mass points to instantly repair injuries. Sequence 3, Mass Devourer. Your body can manifest microscopic black light. Through direct contact, you can swallow any solid matter containing mass and energy, converting it into mass points. Active devouring will accelerate your growth. I stared at the words for 10 full seconds, making sure I hadn't just passed out from the pain and started dreaming. Then, I narrowed my eyes, trying to process these god-tier cheats. Sequence 1 was insane. My old F-rank talent increased my weight by 0.1% a day. This was 10 times faster. As a top student, I was sensitive to numbers. Compound interest is the most terrifying force in the universe. At 76 kilograms, a 0.1% daily increase meant I'd only hit about 110 kilograms after a year. With the side effects, I'd just be a 200-pound failure with broken bones. But 1%? I did the math in my head. Today, 76 kilograms. Tomorrow, 76.76 kilograms. The day after, 77.53 kilograms. I calculated the growth over 365 days. The result made my blood run cold. In 1 year, my weight would soar to 2,872 kilograms. Nearly 3 tons. I took a sharp breath. A wild armored pig only weighs 2 tons. Even if I did nothing but lie in bed and play video games, I'd become a 3-ton human monster in a year, and it would keep snowballing. By the second year, I'd weigh 108 tons. I didn't even want to think about year 5 or 10. The numbers would stop making physical sense. Or rather, I would become the new definition of physics. But 2 tons in a year wasn't fast enough to crush Zhao Kuo and his S-rank talent in 7 days. I needed to move faster. I swallowed hard and looked at sequence 2, mass reconstruction. I moved my arms and legs experimentally. I froze. The heaviness was gone. On the walk back from the hall, my bones felt like they were filled with lead, every step a struggle. Now, that crushing pressure had vanished. I stood up, squatted, and jumped. My knees didn't make a sound. I felt sturdier than I ever had before. The panel said my body's load-bearing capacity would scale perfectly with my mass. This meant it didn't matter if I weighed 100 kilos or 100,000 kilos. My body would adapt. The brittle bone side effect wasn't just gone. It had been flipped into a foundation for my power. It was like building an engine that could never blow up. Wait, something wasn't right. My brain started racing, hitting a terrifying realization about physics. What about my volume? I looked down at myself. My body shape hadn't changed at all. I was still a lean, 6'1" teenager. If my mass was increasing but my volume stayed the same, what was changing? Density. I sat up straight, a golden light flashing in my eyes. At my size, my volume was roughly 0.075 cubic meters. My density was currently similar to water. But if I kept going, I wouldn't just be heavy. I would be unstoppable. My density was currently about 1,050 kilograms per cubic meter. But if my weight shot up to nearly 3 tons in a year while my volume stayed the same, the math got terrifying. My density would reach 38,000 kilograms per cubic meter. To put that in perspective, steel is only about 7,800. Even tungsten is only 19,300. In 1 year, my body would be 5 times denser than steel and twice as dense as tungsten. My bones, muscle fibers, blood, skin, every single cell would be reconstructed into a super high-density form. It meant bullets wouldn't even scratch my skin. Alloy blades would shatter on impact. The defense-type students at the academy relied on earth spells for rock armor or metal talents to harden their skin into iron shells. I didn't need any of that. My raw physical density alone would put me at the absolute ceiling of known life forms. And that density was growing at a compound rate. What happened when I reached 108 tons? I clenched my fist, my breathing growing heavy. My muscles, my blood, even the molecular structure of a single hair would be infinitely compressed. Extreme mass was the ultimate defense. I looked down at my right arm. The burn marks from Zhao Kuo's fireballs were still there, and my bone throbbed with a dull ache. Right now, I could still feel pain, but I smiled. Once my density doubled a few more times, Zhao Kuo's precious S-rank fireballs would be about as effective as holding a lighter up to a bank vault door. Suddenly, a line of text popped up on my vision panel. It detected a fracture in my right radius and moderate muscle damage. It estimated 18% tissue damage and offered to repair it for 20 mass points. That damn Zhao Kuo. I cursed under my breath. I checked my balance. 0. I was broke. I sighed. No matter how powerful the repair function was, it was useless with a 0 balance. But it didn't matter. I still had the third sequence, and it was the most important one of all. Sequence 3, Mass Devourment. It created a microscopic black hole that could swallow any solid matter containing mass or energy through direct contact, converting it into mass points. I read those words 3 times. Everything. Solid. Matter. I looked around my tiny rented room. Technically, I could eat everything in here. I suppressed the urge to start grabbing things and did the math. The real horror of Sequence 3 wasn't just the ability to swallow matter. It was what happened when it stacked with Sequence 1's passive growth. In a compound interest formula, the most important factor isn't the interest rate, it's the principal. This wasn't just a bonus. It was a cheat code for the base of my exponential growth. I couldn't hold back my excitement. I pressed my left palm onto a thick textbook on my nightstand and whispered, "Devour." My palm turned hot. A tiny, pitch-black vortex emerged from the center of my palm. The pages began to yellow and age. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a full minute, the half-pound book collapsed into a pile of gray ash. A notification chimed. I had devoured a paper book. Refinement complete. Mass points added. 0.01. My eyelid twitched. Are you kidding me, system? Only 0.01. I complained, but I knew why. Paper was just plant fiber. Low density. It made sense. I turned my gaze toward a broken wooden chair tied together with wire. Maybe wood was better. I pressed my hand down. Devour. Another long minute passed. The chair rotted and crumbled under my hand, turning into sawdust. Another chime. Mass points added. 0.01. Another minimum gain. I wiped my hands. Water wasn't worth trying since its density was too low. My eyes landed on a red brick propping up the corner of my table. It weighed about 5 pounds and was made of fired clay, likely containing some iron and silicates. I touched it. Devour. A minute later, the hard brick turned into a pile of dry dirt. The table leg lost its support and slammed down with a loud crash. An enamel cup rolled off the desk and hit the floor with a sharp ring. Refinement complete. Mass points added. 1. 5 pounds of brick for 1 single point. I brushed the dust off my fingers, frowning. At this rate, it would take a lifetime to get anywhere. I looked at the concrete floor. System, can I just devour a mountain? Or a whole lake? The system stayed silent for 3 seconds, as if judging me. Host is dreaming. My face went dark. Real polite, system. I'm asking a serious question. The system explained that my current life form only had access to basic sequences. A small mountain weighed hundreds of millions of tons, far exceeding my current limit. As for the lake, liquid matter couldn't be processed because the contact couldn't be sustained. It suggested I focus on high-density, high-purity metals and ores. Fine. If I wanted real points, I needed the hard stuff. I reached under my bed and pulled out a 20-kilogram cast iron dumbbell. It was covered in reddish-brown rust, and the rubber grip was cracked. It was the heaviest asset I owned. I pressed my palm to it. Devour. This time felt different. The micro-black hole in my palm reacted like a shark smelling blood. The suction intensified. The 20-kilogram iron block began to fade. The rust fell off first, then the oxidation layer, then the metal crystals themselves. A minute later, the heavy dumbbell was gone. All that remained was a small pile of foul-smelling rust and a few scraps of rubber. Refinement complete. Mass points added. 14. I scratched my head, looking at the residue. 14 points? That meant 6 kilograms of that weight was just junk. You're robbing me. I yelled in my head. Can't you just refine the useful stuff and leave the rest of the structure intact? I can't just turn everything I own into ash. The system's response was cold. Once mass was devoured by the black hole, it returned to the singularity. It couldn't be restored. Physics was heartless. I looked at my balance, 15.02 points. I still needed 5 more. My eyes slowly drifted to the wall behind me. My eyes drifted to my bed. It was a rusty, single-person iron frame tucked into the corner of the room. The welded pipes probably weighed at least 10 kilograms. Even with all that corrosion, devouring it had to be worth 7 or 8 points. I raised my hand, but I froze mid-air. If I swallowed the bed, where would I sleep tonight? More importantly, rent was due soon. My landlady was a nightmare. Last year, she docked 50 yuan from my deposit just because some paint peeled off the wall. If she found the entire bed missing, my 300 yuan deposit was gone. My entire net worth was barely 1,000 yuan. I kept my hand hovering, hesitating. System, I whispered. Is there a way to just take a little? Just the surface layer? Leave the frame so I can at least lie down. Silence. 5 full seconds of it. I got the feeling the system had never dealt with a host this broke before. A cold prompt finally appeared. The current life form only had access to the basic devourment sequence. That meant total collapse mode. No partial stripping. It told me that once I reached the second life form, a system mall would open with high-tier functions like rapid devourment. My eyes lit up. The second life form? To get there, I needed to hit that 20-point threshold first. I gritted my teeth. Fine. Sleep on the floor tonight, live like a boss tomorrow. I bent down, rolled up my thin mattress, and tossed it into the corner. I pulled the wooden slats off the iron frame one by one and stacked them against the wall. At least I could lay those on the floor to keep off the cold tile. Once the frame was bare, I pressed my left palm against a rusted leg. Devour. My palm grew hot. The black hole sparked to life. 1 second. 2 seconds. The iron leg thinned out right before my eyes. The welded joints snapped first. When the last crossbar crumbled into gray ash under my hand, a full minute had passed. The iron bed that had taken up half my room was gone. The space felt strangely empty and bright. Refinement of low-quality iron bed complete. Mass points added, 22. I pulled up my panel. My balance flickered and settled at 37.02. Mass points meet repair requirements. The system chimed. Consuming 20 points to repair all damaged bones and tissues. Proceed. Do it, I muttered. A slight burning sensation spread from my palm. I heard a series of sharp cracks coming from my arms. The charred, blistered skin on my forearms began to peel away, replaced instantly by fresh tissue. It took less than 20 seconds. My arms were perfect. Not a single scar remained. In fact, my new bones felt denser and harder than they ever had before. I stood up and swung my arms around to test the range of motion. I looked out the window and licked my lips. The arena competition in 7 days was going to be very interesting. But after the initial excitement faded, reality hit me. I was still poor. I was so broke I couldn't even afford the next step of my evolution. I had 17.02 points left and less than 1,000 yuan in the bank. If I wanted to dominate the college entrance exams, I needed to devour tons of metal. Even the cheapest scrap iron cost money. Buying a few tons would cost thousands. I couldn't afford it. I needed a $0 solution. I leaned against the wall, scanning my memory for every place in Jiang City where I could find cheap metal. A scrapyard? They bought iron. They didn't give it away. A construction site? I'd get my legs broken if I got caught stealing rebar. What about manhole covers? I swallowed hard, imagining myself in a black mask with a crowbar, prying up a lid in the middle of the night. Then I imagined the city defense force dragging me to the station for a mugshot. Stealing municipal property carried a 3-year sentence and a 5,000 yuan fine. If I got locked up for even a week, I'd miss the exams. Illegal stuff was out, but where else could I find high-density junk for free? Suddenly, I remembered the guy who mocked me during the awakening ceremony. He told me to go to a trash station and act as a human counterweight. That was it. The Spark Waste Processing Plant. That place was a graveyard for military-grade junk. It was filled with weapon fragments destroyed during training, scrapped alloy armor, and shattered mecha parts. It was a mountain of high-quality metal waste. I knew they were always hiring temporary laborers for the grueling work of sorting the scrap. The pay was pathetic, but I wasn't going there for the paycheck. I just had a sudden craving for some hard food. At 6 o'clock the next morning, I headed out. Sleeping on the floor had been freezing, but my new body handled it well. I felt incredibly refreshed. The density increase was subtle, but the feeling of sturdiness in my bones was undeniable. I checked the route on my phone. The Spark plant was the largest recycling point for armed waste in Jiang City, specifically handling decommissioned gear from the Southern Military District. The job posting was clear, looking for long-term temporary porters. Requirement: Earth rank or higher strength type awakeners. Pay: 150 yuan a day. I didn't care about the 150 yuan. I wanted the tanks, the mecha husks, and the alloy blades. Those were high-purity metals. Devouring one small piece of that would be worth 100 textbooks. I took the swaying bus to the end of the line on the outskirts of the city. After a 10-minute walk, I saw it. A massive area enclosed by a high wire fence. Behind the wire sat mountains of metal waste, some 3 stories high. Broken alloy sabers were stuck into piles of scrap. Shattered mecha torsos lay tilted in the dirt. Rusted tank treads were coiled like giant snakes, glowing dark red in the morning sun. I gulped. I felt like a mouse that had just fallen into a grain bin. No, this wasn't a bin. It was a cathedral of mass. A sign on the fence read, Southern Military District Designated Recycling Unit. No unauthorized entry. I walked toward the main gate. There was already a long line of 30 or 40 people. They were all massive men, broad-shouldered, with arms thicker than my thighs. They were clearly strength-type awakeners here for the porter job. Most were D-rank. I quietly took my place at the back of the line. A bald guy in front of me turned around and stared. His look said it all. What is a kid like you doing here? The line moved slowly. A middle-aged man with a scarred face sat behind a metal table at the gate. A pile of heavy sandbags sat next to him. This was Scarface Lee, the guy in charge of hiring. The rules were simple. Lift the sandbag, walk 2 laps, get the job. A burly guy stepped up, heaved a 200-pound sandbag onto his shoulder, and walked his laps. The crowd cheered. Scarface Lee tossed him a temporary pass. Next, a D-rank guy stepped up and hoisted a 500-pound bag without breaking a sweat. Scarface Lee nodded and tossed him a pass too. The men who got their passes walked into the yard with their heads held high, soaking in the jealous stares of those still waiting. I watched from the back, doing the math in my head. Overnight, my true mass had climbed from 76 kilograms to 76.76 kilograms. I felt heavy, solid, and ready. That 1% daily increase had already started working. In reality, I couldn't feel a thing. I still had the strength of a normal person. I just hoped I wouldn't embarrass myself too much. I didn't have much confidence left. The line moved forward one by one. Soon, it was my turn. Scarface Lee looked up at me. His eyes lingered on my young, thin face for a moment. A student? Jiangqing High, senior year? You awakened. I pulled out my student ID and handed it over. Scarface Lee grabbed a scanner and swiped it. The moment the light screen popped up, his expression shifted. F rank, strengthening type, ever-increasing weight. He read it out loud. His voice wasn't quiet. It was just loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Side effect, osteoporosis. The men waiting behind me immediately started whispering and snickering. Scarface Lee slammed my student ID onto the table. A mocking laugh escaped his nose. F rank with a side effect? Where did this invalid come from? Get lost. Go, go, go. Don't die in my yard and try to sue me. I didn't move. Uncle Lee. Who are you calling Uncle Lee? I don't know you. Scarface Lee crossed his arms. Everything we move in this factory is scrap metal weighing hundreds or thousands of pounds. With that small frame of yours, one hit and you'll shatter. Would that count as a work injury or a suicide? Someone behind me burst out laughing. A top student from the high school is coming to grab our food? With those skinny arms and legs, he probably couldn't even lift a scrap of tin. F-rank talent. Truly useless. What's the point of studying? I stood my ground. My expression stayed calm. I had heard this kind of talk all day yesterday at school. Zhao Kui said it. Lu Rian said it. Even my teacher, Wang Jiangwo, said it. Now, even the laborers at a scrapyard were saying it. It was absurd. These people were just like me, the bottom rung of society. D-rank awakeners were no different from F-ranks in the eyes of the truly powerful. We were all just cattle. Some cattle could just carry 200 pounds more than others. The people at the bottom always stepped on each other the hardest. Out of the corner of my eye, I stared at the mountains of metal scrap behind the wire fence. That wasn't junk. Those were my chips to finally stand up in this cannibalistic world. If I could just get inside, I didn't care about the insults. I'd call him whatever he wanted if it got me through that gate. I pressed down the corners of my mouth and forced a sincere expression. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a pack of cheap cigarettes. I had bought them for 8 yuan at the convenience store downstairs before coming here. I pulled one out and offered it. Uncle Lee, please, just help me out. I know I'm not strong, but my mental energy is okay. I can do the fine sorting and dismantling. Just consider it a favor. Just give me 3 meals a day. I don't want a single cent in wages. Scarface Lee looked at the 8 yuan cigarettes. He shoved my hand away, his rough skin twitching. I don't care if it's free. I don't keep useless people. You'll break yourself in 2 days, and I'll be the one paying for your medical bills. Suddenly, a low-engine roar pressed down from above. Everyone instinctively looked up. A silver-gray hovercraft swept in from the city. Its lines were cold and smooth. It clearly had a military background. The craft landed steadily on the private helipad at the factory entrance. The laborers in line went silent instantly. The hatch opened. A long, slender leg stepped out first. A black combat boot hit the concrete with a crisp thud. The woman who emerged wore a sleek, black nano-combat suit. It wrapped tightly around her body, highlighting a silhouette that was both breathtaking and dangerous. Her curves weren't about sex appeal. They were about raw, explosive power. A silver warblade emblem was embroidered on her shoulder. Her long hair was tied back, revealing a clean forehead and a sharp jawline. She looked to be about 5'10" with perfect proportions. Her features were incredibly refined, eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes like cold stars. There was an aura of battle-hardened courage about her. Lu Ruyan's beauty was a calculated, soft performance designed to please. When she smiled, you knew she was baiting a hook. This woman was different. She stood there like a cold steel blade pressed against your neck. You didn't want to flirt, you wanted to stand at attention. The laborers who were laughing a moment ago were now completely mute. I blinked, stunned. I had seen plenty of beautiful women in my past life on the internet, but they were forgettable. This woman was different. Miss. Scarface Lee's rough face instantly transformed. He smiled like a blooming flower and ran toward her. I watched his total personality flip and mentally awarded him the Best Actor prize of the day. The woman glanced at the crowd at the gate. Her lips moved slightly. "Where is my father?" Her voice was cold, crisp, and pleasant to hear. "The boss is waiting for you in the level 3 underground gravity room," Scarface Lee said, bowing and scraping. "Miss, you must be exhausted from the trip back from the capital." "Fine," the woman interrupted. She started to walk inside, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Suddenly, she stopped. Her eyes landed on my faded school uniform. She paused. "Jiangqing High." I nodded. "Senior year." She turned to Scarface Lee. Her tone was casual. "He's a student from my old school. If you can look after him, do it." "Yes, of course. Absolutely." Scarface Lee nodded repeatedly. He turned back to me, his face turning sour again. "Hey, hurry up and thank the miss." "Thank you, Mississippi." "Thank you, Uncle Lee." I gave myself a mental slap. "Lin Yuan, you can barely afford to eat, and you're still busy looking at pretty girls?" Still, I couldn't help but take one last look. She was top tier. I gave her a 9.5 for looks and a 9.8 for aura. The woman didn't stay. She walked straight into the depths of the factory. Scarface Lee watched her back until she disappeared around a corner. He turned and looked me up and down, snorting. "Lucky kid, come to work tomorrow. You stay in the sorting area only. Don't go near the heavy scrap. If something happens, it's not on me." Next, I backed away. My gaze moved past Scarface Lee, past the wire fence, and landed on those massive piles of metal. A smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. "Oh, miss, you have no idea. You just let a monkey into the peach garden of immortality." Deep in the factory, at the level 3 underground gravity room, Shun Honyuan sat on an iron chair. He was rotating 2 ultra-gold walnuts in his hand. They weren't large, but they shimmered with a pale gold light. Each one weighed 50 kilograms. A normal person couldn't even lift them, but in his palm, they were like toys, whirring as they spun. He was over 6 feet tall with shoulders as wide as a wall. Even though he had been retired for years, his military aura hadn't faded at all. Today, this military giant, a man even the elites in the capital called Lord Shun, couldn't stop smiling. His daughter was coming home. She had gotten into the Federal Central Military University last year, and he hadn't seen her in a full year. They had video called, but the girl always talked about training and beasts. Every conversation turned into a tactical seminar. Even a man who had seen the world's greatest storms was trembling with excitement to see his little girl. Asterisk tap, tap, tap. Asterisk footsteps echoed in the hallway. They were steady and rhythmic. Every step was firm, a standard military gait. The door opened. Shin Qingzi stood there, still wearing her black combat suit. The moment Shin Qingzi saw her father, all that military coldness vanished. She shouted for him and practically flew across the room. Even though she was nearly 5'10", she hung off Shun Honyuan like a little kid. He caught her easily, patting her back while pretending to be annoyed. He complained about her being too old for this, but I could see his eyes softening. She just leaned into him and told him she missed him. Shin Hongyuan's nose twitched. He looked up at the ceiling, fighting back tears. It was a good thing there were no cameras in his private training room. If the rough guys at the factory saw their boss like this, his reputation would be trashed. He eventually sat her down and looked her over. Her face was sharper, her chin pointier, but her eyes were incredibly bright. She looked thin. He worried the school food was bad, but she just laughed it off. The training was just that intense. She grabbed a bottle of water and downed half of it in one go. Her instructor was a total maniac. They did field drills twice a week, once even venturing into the gray zones outside of B-Rank City. Shen Hanyuan stayed quiet. He knew the difference between a regular academy and a military university. Only 1 in 10,000 made it in. Only the ones who survived truly graduated. He tried to act casual as he changed the subject. He asked if she was seeing anyone. I could see him stiffen as he waited for the answer. It's the classic father's dilemma. If she said no, he'd be relieved she was focused. If she said yes, he'd probably lose his mind. Shin Qingxi looked at him with a sigh. She never knew what he wanted. If she mentioned a guy helping her, he'd spend 20 minutes interrogating her about the kid's family tree. She just told him the truth. There was no one. She was home because of a team mission and just wanted to see him. Her goal was the peak of martial arts. She didn't have time for romance. Shen Hanyuan relaxed instantly. That was his girl. But then he caught a keyword. A team mission. He asked if the teammate was a boy or a girl. When she said it was a guy, he leaned forward, his protective dad mode switching into a full-blown interrogation. He wanted to know their relationship. She rolled her eyes, explaining it was just a classmate the instructor paired her with. They were heading to the Abyss entrance, and it was just convenient to travel together. Shen Hanyuan didn't buy it. The capital was north, and this city was south. Nothing about that was on the way. He watched her, knowing her personality. Since she was a child, she had been obsessed with training. While other girls played with dolls, she was swinging blades in the yard. She had awakened an SS-rank metal talent, the Gungjin blade bone. Her bones were harder than any sword. But she was still his daughter, and he was terrified someone would steal her away. He made a mental note to check the boy's background later. He stood up, clearing his throat to change the mood. He had a gift for her. He walked to the corner of the room and pulled back a heavy cloth. Underneath stood a massive humanoid robot. It was over 6 feet tall, covered in dark silver, high-density alloy armor. It had no face, just a smooth sensor panel. This was Panshur, the latest heavy combat robot from the Federal Research Center. Shen Hanyuan slapped its shoulder, and the metal rang with a heavy, dull thud. It weighed 2.4 tons. Its reactions were calibrated to a B-rank awakener, and its defense could tank a hit from a third-tier beast. Shin Qingxi's eyes lit up. She knew this cost a fortune. Her father played it off, saying it was just a phone call to his old military buddies, but I knew better. That machine cost 8 million credits. It was half a year's profit from his factory. But with her going to the Abyss, he needed her to have the best bodyguard money could buy. He told her how proud he was to see her on the capital's new star rankings. She teased him, asking if he was really proud or just happy to brag to his old war buddies. He denied it, of course, but he couldn't hide the truth. He had a bet going with an old rival named Wang, and he wasn't about to lose. Before he could finish explaining the manual, Shin Qingxi kicked the robot's shin. The sensor panel flashed red. The machine hummed to life, shifting into combat mode. She didn't need a manual. She wanted to fight. Her knuckles glowed with a silvery metallic light as her SS-rank talent surged. She charged. While the ground in the training room shook from the impact, I was feeling pretty good. Scarfacely told me to start work tomorrow, so I had the day to myself. I wasn't planning on going back to school. Wang Jingwo had already kicked me out of class, and while the law guaranteed my right to take the college entrance exam, it didn't say I had to show up for lectures. I walked along the path outside the factory toward the suburban market. I hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and my stomach was growling. I needed a good meal before I figured out my next move. Living on the edge of the wilderness had its perks. Prices were low. The downside was the occasional monster breaking through the perimeter. I'd been here for 3 years, so I was used to the danger. I survived on a monthly subsidy of 800 credits. It wasn't much, but it kept me fed. I was walking down the street when I caught a scent. It was a deep, charred aroma. I followed it and found a massive line at a roadside stall. Being a guy who couldn't resist a good crowd, I joined the queue without even knowing what they were selling. 10 minutes later, I reached the front. A shirtless, burly man was tossing a heavy iron wok. The sign said fly legs fried rice. The rice danced in the flames, wrapped in heat. Bits of egg and ham flew through the air and landed perfectly back in the pan. The smell was enough to steal your soul. A crooked, handwritten sign hung from the stall. It said, "If the city inspectors come, I'm running." If I run, follow me. If you can't keep up, stay put. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Running with me is more exciting. I smiled. This guy was a character. I wondered if it would be even more exciting if I held onto his bike, so he couldn't leave. 1 egg fried rice, big brother, I said. 5 credits, he grunted. Ham is 2 extra. I hesitated for half a second. Add the ham. It was a treat for myself. Starting tomorrow, I'd be getting free meals at the scrapyard anyway. I scanned the code and paid my 7 credits. The man started cooking immediately. His spatula moved like a whirlwind. The eggs coated every grain of rice. My mouth was watering. Suddenly, a piercing siren wailed. I turned around. A city enforcement vehicle was rounding the corner, lights flashing. A recorded message blared from its speakers, telling everyone to clear out. The crowd scattered like startled birds. I froze. My 7-credit rice wasn't finished yet. I looked at the cook, thinking I'd just lost my money. But the man didn't panic. He gave the wok one last, beautiful toss. Then he looked at the approaching car and grinned at me. Wait for me here for 5 minutes, brother, he said. His tone was as calm as if he were talking about the weather. He killed the flame, threw the wok into the back of his tricycle, and hopped on. It wasn't an electric bike. It was a manual one, pure leg power. Before I could even process it, his thick legs started pumping like pistons. The tricycle rattled and bounced down the road. In a heartbeat, he was 50 meters away. The enforcement car sped up to chase him, but the man pulled a sharp turn into a narrow alley. The car was too wide to follow. He vanished in the blink of an eye. I stood there in the empty street. The ground where his stove had been was still hot. I finally understood why he called it fly legs. His talent wasn't cooking. It was speed. I waited. 1 minute passed. 2. At exactly the 5-minute mark, I heard the screech of a chain. The shirtless man came flying out of the alley on his tricycle. He pulled a perfect drift, leaving a gray skid mark on the pavement as he stopped. He hopped off, opened a thermal box in the back, and handed me a steaming container of rice. He even gave me a pair of disposable chopsticks. 5 minutes exactly, he said, flashing a row of white teeth. Exciting, right? He wiped the sweat from his face with his apron. I took the box. The rice was golden, the eggs were perfectly distributed, and the ham was neatly diced. The heat hit my face. Definitely exciting, I laughed. I leaned against the utility pole and started shoveling the rice into my mouth. It was delicious. It was worth every cent. As I ate, I watched him set up his stove again. Slowly, other customers started trickling back from their hiding spots. They were used to this routine. Everyone had their own way of surviving in this world. I finished the last bite, tossed the box in a bin, and gave the man a thumbs up. He nodded back while tossing his wok, looking humble and hardworking. I turned and headed back to my rented room. I had something important to test. I pushed open the door. The floor was bare. My iron bed was gone, leaving only faint marks on the concrete. I sat down on the floor and summoned my system panel. The blue light flickered in front of my eyes. My name was Su Ming. I was a first-order iron rank. My real mass was 76.76 kilograms. My mass point sat at 17.02. I noticed a small plus sign next to my real mass. I focused my mind on it. Do you want to consume 1 mass point to increase your real mass by 1 kilogram? I felt a surge of joy. I confirmed it immediately. A subtle warmth spread from my stomach. It wasn't intense, but I felt slightly more grounded. The panel refreshed. My mass was now 77.76 kilograms. It was a 1-to-1 exchange. If I used all my points, I'd weigh nearly 94 kilos. At that weight, my daily passive growth of 1% would be almost a full kilogram. The compound interest would be terrifying. I didn't hesitate. I went all in. I dumped the remaining 16.02 points into my mass. The warmth returned, lasting much longer this time. I heard a faint creaking sound from deep inside my bones. It didn't hurt. It felt like my skeleton was waking up from a long nap. The panel updated again. Mass points, 0. Real mass, 93.78 kilograms. I stood up and moved my limbs. My appearance hadn't changed. I was still a lean guy standing 6'1". But the way my feet hit the floor was different. Every step felt heavy and stable. I clenched my fist. The feedback from my knuckles was clear. I was harder. My bones were becoming denser. I was nearly 40 pounds heavier than a normal person my size. That weight wasn't fat or water. It was pure, effective mass. My skin was tougher, my muscles were tighter, and my bones were like iron. From the outside, no one could tell I was becoming a human tank. I knew I was on the right track. Satisfied, I closed the system panel and lay back down on my thin floor mat. My mass points were back to 0, but it didn't matter. Tomorrow, I was heading to the waste processing plant. That was where the real feast would begin. I fell into a deep sleep with that thought on my mind. Maybe I was thinking about it too much, because I had the most ridiculous dream. I dreamt I was at the plant, holding a container of fried rice, chasing after that high-class girl who had helped me. I kept shouting that I wanted to treat her to a meal to repay her kindness. I chased her for 3 laps around the facility until I finally cornered her. Deciding to play the part of a cool, overbearing boss from those old dramas, I leaned in for a suave wall slam. But as I leaned forward, my tons of actual mass went with me. I crushed her. The poor girl was pinned against the wall, foaming at the mouth under my sheer weight. I woke up in a cold sweat. It was dawn. I sat up, wiped my forehead, and stared at my toes in deep reflection. 3 seconds later, I scolded myself. I was pathetic. Was that really how I planned to repay her? By flattening her? I shook off the dream, got up, and washed my face. At 7 in the morning, I arrived at the Spark waste processing plant. Scarface Lee was already waiting at the gate. He wasn't waiting for me specifically. The foreman stood there every morning like a human gatepost. "You're here," Scarface Lee said. He tossed me a thin, temporary pass. "Follow me. Security check first." I followed him through the main gates for the first time. The security was tighter than I expected. A metal archway over 2 meters high stood in the middle of the passage, lined with sensors. A small screen above the frame flickered with data. It looked exactly like the high-tech electronics factories from my past life, maybe even stricter. "Get in there." "Don't move," Lee ordered. I stepped into the arch. A low-frequency hum vibrated through the soles of my feet. Pale blue scanning beams swept over me twice. A line of green text appeared on the screen. No prohibited items or spatial equipment detected. Lee signaled me to move forward. "Standard rules," he grumbled. "You go through this every time you enter or leave. If you've got a part hidden in your pocket or a spatial ring on your finger, this thing will find it." He held up a thick finger. "Military property. Don't even think about taking a single screw out of here." Last month, some idiot tried to stuff a piece of C-rank alloy down his pants. They caught him on the spot and hauled him off to the military police. I nodded repeatedly, keeping my expression honest and simple. Inside, I was laughing. I didn't need to take anything out. I was going to eat it right here. We passed through 2 heavy iron doors and turned a corner. The space opened up. This was the sorting area. In the center of the open yard were several small mountains of scrap. Broken alloy blades, shattered armor plates, bent mech joints, and scattered nuts and bolts. It was all metal. My heart skipped a beat. "This is your station," Lee said, pointing to a row of iron tables at the edge of the yard. 5 people were already there, working hard. One was a burly bald guy straightening a bent iron pipe with his bare hands like it was a twig. He was clearly an earth-rank strength type. Next to him, a tall, thin man in thick gloves was sorting parts into bins with lightning speed, definitely a veteran. There was a quiet middle-aged man, a loud-mouthed woman in her 30s complaining about the scrap being too small, and a quiet young girl with a ponytail. Lee tapped my shoulder. "The job is simple. Sort by material. Iron with iron, copper with copper, alloy with alloy. When you're done, push the bin to the display area. Military trucks come every 2 days to haul it back for smelting." He pointed to a pile of smaller, fragmented scrap in front of my table. "Don't try to be a hero and lift the big stuff. You don't have the build for it. Just stick to these small pieces and do your job. You'll get paid the same." I nodded like a woodpecker, my attitude perfect. Lee grunted, satisfied with my obedience, and walked off. I watched him leave, then slowly turned to face my mountain of scrap. I took a deep breath. This was it. The windfall I'd been waiting for. Time to eat. I picked up a tiny, unremarkable steel screw. It was thumb-sized, weighing only a few grams. I pretended to inspect its quality while pressing my left palm against it. Devour. My palm grew warm. That familiar suction started. A base reward. I wasn't surprised. It was only a few grams. I was lucky to get anything. The important thing was that it worked, and nobody noticed. I started to pick up the pace. My eyes scanned the pile like a radar. I picked up a copper terminal about the size of my thumb. I palmed it. A minute later, mass points plus 0.1. Then I found a broken piece of alloy frame. It was palm-sized and heavy, maybe half a kilogram. I flipped it over, pretending to look for a serial number, while my left palm sealed against it. Asterisk ding. Consumed medium carbon alloy steel. Mass points plus 0.5. Asterisk. I didn't even blink. Next, a solid steel bearing the size of a fist. It was heavy, nearly a kilogram. I gripped it firmly. Asterisk ding. Consumed high carbon bearing steel. Mass points plus 0.7. Asterisk. I couldn't keep my mouth from twitching into a smile. I quickly lowered my head, pretending to organize the bins to hide my excitement. I was bubbling over inside. 0.01, 0.1, 0.5, 0.7. This was just the beginning. There were hundreds of pounds of scrap at my station alone, and the factory processed tons of this stuff every day. I forced myself to stay calm and kept working. My left hand never stopped. Sort a batch, eat a piece. Sort another batch, eat another. I looked as natural as an old pro. I felt a slight hunger, but I didn't care. I was winning. The loud-mouthed woman nearby glanced over at me. "Hey, kid, you're pretty fast," she shouted. I looked up and gave her a harmless, innocent smile. "I'm used to it. I moved a lot of stuff back at school." She hummed in approval, thinking I was just a hard-working student, and went back to her work. I went back to my work, too. Half an hour passed. I took a quick breath, leaned down, and checked my panel. Mass points, 3.82. I had nearly 4 points in less than half an hour. These were just palm-sized scraps and broken parts. I hadn't even touched the big stuff yet. If I kept up this pace for an 8-hour shift, I could easily hit 50 or 60 points. If I got lucky and found some high-purity components, 100 points in a single day wasn't impossible. I looked toward the heavy materials section in the distance. Piles of scrapped armor plates and mech remains rose up like mountain ranges. I swallowed hard. That was the main course. But I couldn't go there yet. Scarfacely told me to stay put. It was my first day. I couldn't stand out. I had to stay calm and grow in the shadows. I lowered my head and grabbed a section of steel pipe about the length of my forearm. My palm grew warm. The countdown started. Just then, I heard heavy footsteps approaching the sorting area. I caught a glimpse of a middle-aged man in a military-style jumpsuit. A silver inspector's badge was pinned to his chest. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. 2 assistants followed behind him, carrying precision scanning equipment. The loudmouthed lady next to me stopped working. "Bad luck," she muttered under her breath. "The inspectors are here." There were 3 of them in total. The leader was named Lu Feng. He was a veteran at the factory, 40-odd years old and famous for being cold and impartial. His assistants carried portable scanners marked with Southern Military District serial numbers. The atmosphere in the sorting area shifted instantly. The lady shut her mouth and buried her head in her work. The bald guy stopped snapping pipes. Even the quiet girl with the ponytail didn't dare look up. I quietly let go of the steel pipe and tossed it into the bin. The scrap in this factory was mostly decommissioned military gear. It was high-grade industrial steel with incredible purity. My system didn't even need to filter out impurities like it did with the scrap metal I found earlier. High purity meant no waste. Occasionally, if a part was rusty, a tiny bit of oxidized powder would be left in my palm, but I just wiped it into the dust at the bottom of the scrap pile. The inspector scanned the workstations. His gaze lingered on each person for a few seconds before he nodded to his assistant. "Start the routine scan." The assistant turned on the device. A handheld scanning wand extended out. It looked like an airport security wand, but much bulkier. A pale blue light flickered at the tip. They started with the bald man. The wand circled his body. The device emitted a steady beep. Green light. Passed. The lady was next. Green light. Then the tall, thin man. Green light. The inspector and the girl were also cleared. Then it was my turn. I stood up straight and let my hands hang naturally at my sides. I put on my best innocent student face. The scanning wand started at the top of my head and moved down. It passed my shoulders. Green light. Then it reached my chest. Beep, 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 beep. The red light flashed violently. The wand hadn't even moved further down before the device's alarm exploded. The piercing sound echoed through the entire sorting area. Every single person turned to look at me. The assistant jumped back, thinking the equipment had malfunctioned. He tried scanning me again. My waist. Beep. My arms. Beep. My thighs. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm grew more urgent with every pass. The red light was flashing like a siren. Lu Feng's face turned grim instantly. Stop. He raised a hand. His two assistants immediately backed away and reached for their belts. The sorting area went so quiet I could hear the wind. The lady's mouth hung open as her eyes darted between me and the inspector. The bald man instinctively moved 2 steps away to put distance between us. Scarface Lee came running over, his face turning a sickly shade of gray. Kid, what are you carrying? Scarface Lee barked. I looked at him, completely stunned. Nothing. I'm not carrying anything. You're the only one setting off the alarm, Lu Feng said, his eyes locked onto the scanner screen. The data finished processing. A small line of text appeared on the display. Asterisk abnormally high-density matter detected. Suspected micro-high explosive armor-piercing core material. Don't move, Lu Feng shouted. You brought a high-explosive core in here. The 2 assistants reacted with lightning speed. They pulled stun guns from their holsters and aimed them directly at me. Scarface Lee looked like he wanted to kill me himself. He felt humiliated. He pulled his own short-handled defense stun gun from his waist, blue electricity crackling at the tip. He pointed it at my head. You little brat, do you have a death wish? Everyone thought I was finished. Being caught with contraband in a military-backed factory was a death sentence. But my reaction caught them off guard. I didn't panic. I didn't try to run. I just slowly, blankly, raised my hands. I looked like a confused kid from the countryside. My years of acting like a top student paid off. Honestly, I was annoyed. An armor-piercing core? Do I look that capable? I just ate the scrap metal from your own bins, man. I held my hands over my head in a standard surrender pose. I looked at the furious Scarface Lee with a face full of grievance. Everyone, what's going on? Uncle Lee, I'm just a failure who awakened a weight-increased talent. Didn't you say that yesterday? You even saw my files. Scarface Lee's finger froze on the trigger. He remembered. F rank. Weight increase. Side effect, osteoporosis. A guy who got heavier every day until his own bones snapped. What could he possibly do? Who would hire a spy with a suicidal talent like that? Scarface Lee felt a bit embarrassed for being so scared of an F-rank dud. Lu Feng frowned. He wasn't unreasonable, but the machine didn't lie. The instrument detected high-density matter inside your body, he said coldly. High density? I repeated, as if hearing a joke. I let out a bitter laugh and let my shoulders slump. I pointed at my legs with a look of pure misery. Sir, my talent is literally increasing my own mass. In plain terms, I just get heavier. I used to be 70 kilograms. It's only been a few days since I awakened, and I'm already nearly 100. In a few years, I'll probably crush myself to death. 200 pounds, the lady blurted out. But you're so thin. That's the beauty of my talent, ma'am, I said with a wry smile. My weight goes up, but my size doesn't change. My bones just get heavier and heavier. One day, they'll just snap. My performance was perfect. The surrounding workers started looking at me with pity. They whispered among themselves about how unlucky I was. Awakening was a gamble, and I had clearly lost. I saw the atmosphere shifting and decided to push it. I looked directly at Lu Feng. Sir, if you don't believe me, you can take me for a full test. You can even strip search me. My body is just a burden. I don't have anywhere to hide a treasure. My willingness to be scanned again made Lu Feng's suspicion fade. He waved his hand. Follow me. He led me into a small room labeled Precision Testing Lab. In the center of the room sat a large military-grade medical scanner. Get on, he ordered. I didn't hesitate. I lay down on the military-grade medical scanner as if I had nothing to hide. The machine hummed to life, and a virtual screen flickered open in front of Lu Feng. It showed a real-time X-ray of my body. The scanning light moved slowly from my chest all the way down to my ankles, refreshing the skeletal image inch by inch. A few minutes passed. Lu Feng's eyes started darting back and forth between the screen and my thin frame. He looked stunned. My heart skipped a beat, and I leaned over to take a look myself. It was ridiculous. A normal person's bones look grayish and semi-transparent under a medical scanner, with dark shadows in the middle where the marrow sits. They look like hollow bricks. My bones weren't like that at all. On the screen, my skeleton was a solid, uniform, brilliant white. There were no gaps. No shadows for marrow. It looked like industrial-grade solid steel components from a factory. I had added so many mass points that while my exterior looked the same, the density change was impossible to hide from a military scanner. "Officer, don't even get me started," I said, instantly putting on my most miserable face. I looked like a man who had accepted his tragic fate. This talent of mine, it's a curse. I only awakened a few days ago, and I've already gained 20 pounds. My size doesn't change because it's all going into my bones. I slapped my calf. It didn't make a fleshy sound. It made a dull, heavy thud. Lu Feng didn't answer. He pulled up my student records on the federal network. He stared at the screen, his brow furrowing deeper. Lin Yuan. F-class talent. Increasing weight. Side effect, osteoporosis. He snapped his head toward me, then back to the scanner. He magnified the image of my skeleton by 3 times. Seeing that solid, iron-like pillar of a skeleton next to the words osteoporosis was like a bad joke. "Kid, your file doesn't match the results," Lu Feng said, his voice dropping an octave. It was more intimidating than when he was shouting. "Give me an explanation." My stomach dropped. I had forgotten about the recorded side effect. I kept my face blank and confused. "No way. Maybe test it again." He ran the scan a second time. The result was identical. Abnormal bone density. The machine flagged it as pig iron grade. I scratched my head, looking as innocent as possible. "I don't know, sir. I was F-class on awakening day. All my teachers and classmates saw it. My bones felt soft back then, but lately, they've just been getting harder." Lu Feng was stumped. He had been doing these inspections for over a decade and had never seen this. The file said he was a failure with brittle bones, but the scanner showed a density higher than a D-class physical enhancer. Suddenly, a term flashed through his mind. Secondary mutation. He looked up at me, but the suspicion was gone. It was replaced by deep self-doubt and a sense of pure absurdity. He had only read about secondary mutations in rare military case files. Usually, it only happened to A-class geniuses. Could an F-class scrub actually mutate? Going from osteoporosis to extreme bone overgrowth. What kind of mutation was that? It was just jumping from one hole into another. Lu Feng rubbed his temples. He looked at my sincere, suffering face and then at the pig iron data. He convinced himself of the only logical conclusion. My F-class talent had undergone an unknown secondary evolution. "Officer Lu, is something wrong?" I asked, acting like I was getting nervous. "Did you find something?" "Your situation, it might be a secondary mutation," Lu Feng said, his voice trembling with hesitation. "What's that?" I asked, playing the part of the clueless student. "I don't know much," he said, looking at me like I was a rare zoo animal. "But if I'm right, you've got the worst luck in the world. You hit a secondary mutation." I widened my eyes. My innocent act was perfect. Lu Feng pointed at the screen. "You were supposed to have osteoporosis. But your weight increased so fast that your body triggered a compensatory mechanism to keep your skeleton from collapsing. Basically, your bones are frantically absorbing calcium to create high-density growth." I felt a wave of relief. He had actually explained it for me. "I don't really get it," I muttered, scratching my head. "But that sounds like a good thing, right?" Lu Feng looked at me with pity. "You think so? If you keep gaining weight like this, what happens when you weigh a ton? Your heart won't be able to pump blood. Your vessels will burst. Eventually, you won't even be able to lift a finger." I gasped, my face turning pale. "So, I'm still going to die." "You just traded one death for another," Lu Feng concluded. "Before, you were going to be crushed. Now, you'll be trapped inside your own bones until you become a living statue. It's just a slower suicide." My face went white. I looked like I had lost my soul. I let my body tremble slightly. Lu Feng sighed. He didn't want to bully a dying man anymore. Since the alarm was triggered by my own bones, the logic held up. He did a quick pat down to ensure I wasn't carrying contraband. then typed a note into the report. Asterisk subject's constitution is questionable. Suspected secondary petrification mutation. Suggest continued observation. Asterisk. He patted my shoulder. Go on, kid. Go home. While you can still walk, eat whatever you want. Don't cause trouble. Thank you, sir, I whispered, nodding weakly. I walked toward the door, looking back at his ID badge one last time with a forced, miserable smile. Just as I reached the exit, I stopped. I turned around, my eyes filled with a desperate hope. Officer Liu, you've seen a lot. Is there any way to save me? Or, is there a way to make my body adapt to the weight? Liu phone blinked. You're asking me? No, I mean. I waved my hands, acting flustered. I just want to know if there's a way to make this look normal. Even if I'm falling apart inside, I don't want people to see me as a monster. I don't want to be looked at like that anymore. My voice cracked at the end. Liu phone went quiet. He realized I wasn't asking for a cure. I was asking for a way to live like a human being before the end. He thought I was afraid of being taken to a lab and sliced open like a lab rat. I didn't nod or shake my head. I just gave a bitter smile. I just want to be normal. Liu phone pulled out a cigarette and lit it, taking a long drag. It's not impossible, but your luck would have to be God tier. My eyes lit up with a desperate, final spark of hope. Tell me. Liu phone spoke slowly, emphasizing every word. Secondary mutations have already happened. No one knows if there will be a third or a fourth. If your luck is absolutely God tier, your next evolution might completely fix the side effects. If that happens, you'll live. He leaned in closer. You won't even need to explain yourself to anyone. Just standing there will be the best explanation possible. If your physical evolution can keep pace with your weight gain, you won't die. You might even gain terrifying power. But that's just a theory from some crazy scholars. In reality, whose genes can actually handle that much limit-breaking alienation? My face darkened, and I let out a bitter laugh. Another evolution? Officer Liu, you're basically telling me there's no hope. I'm an F-rank waste. Mutating once was already a miracle for my family line. Expecting a second time is just dreaming. Liu phone patted my shoulder as if he were saying a final goodbye. Forget it. Don't comfort yourself with those empty theories. If you really want a way to save your life, your only shot is joining the Federal Supreme Research Institute. Those mad professors might be able to mix you a special potion to delay the petrification. Thanks, Liu phone, I said, my voice trembling slightly. When I get my paycheck, if I'm still standing, I'll definitely buy you dinner. Yeah, just get out of here, he waved me off. While you can still walk, go home and eat whatever you want. I turned and walked out of the testing room. The moment the door closed, the fawning, grateful look on my face vanished. A grin spread across my lips, wider and wider. Secondary mutation. Continuous mutation. There actually was a theory that made sense of my situation. Liu phone, you're a godsend. Not only did you give me a perfect excuse for my condition, but you even helped me put on the disguise. If anyone asks why my body is so hard in the future, I'll just say I mutated again. If they ask why an F-rank like me could mutate twice, I'll just say I have no idea and that I'm just desperately trying to stay alive. I glanced back at the door. I really did owe that man a meal. When I returned to the sorting area, the way everyone looked at me had changed. The disdain and mockery were gone, replaced by pity and sympathy. A young man who knew his days were numbered but was still working hard to buy calcium tablets. How inspiring. The short-haired lady's eyes turned red. Poor kid. He's so handsome, too. The bald, muscular man fell silent for a long time before muttering. Awakening is just a gamble with your life. I'm glad I failed back then. If I'd ended up with a talent like that. The girl with the ponytail secretly wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. I stood there, soaking in the sympathetic gazes from all directions. I suddenly understood the joy of those contestants on talent shows who sell their sob stories. This felt great. Scarface Lee watched the workers crowding around to comfort me, his expression complex. He was a B-rank strength type, a power god. He understood the importance of the body better than anyone. If he hadn't met his boss, he'd still be a thug collecting protection money on the east side. He knew exactly how hard life was at the bottom. Seeing my optimism in the face of death touched something inside him. Xiao Su, he said, his voice unusually soft. Go over to that corner to do your sorting. The distances are shorter there. You won't have to carry things back and forth. Save your strength. Lunch is on the house. Eat as much as you want, don't hold back. He pointed to a corner on the west side of the sorting area. It was quiet and secluded, but more importantly, it was right next to a 3-meter-high mountain of scrap. It was piled high with discarded armored vehicle shells and chassis parts. I froze. This wasn't an act. I was genuinely stunned. This scar-faced guy actually had a heart. My nose felt a bit itchy. For 3 years since I crossed over, school had been nothing but mockery and exploitation. My only girlfriend had ditched me for Zhao Qua. Yet this foreman, who usually spent his day cursing, was showing me pure kindness. "Thank you, Uncle Lee," I whispered. He sighed deeply and walked away. I watched him disappear into the distance. Then I slowly turned toward my 3-meter-high mountain of gold. Armored vehicle shells, chassis components, military-grade alloy plates. It was like a small mineral vein. My grateful expression shifted into something hungrier. This was a private VIP buffet. "Uncle Lee, you're a good man." I didn't waste time. I walked over and let myself go. Broken alloy frames, rusted armor bolts, twisted mech linkage rods. It was all on the menu. I placed my hand on a piece and activated the ability. My palm grew hot. 1 minute later, a notification pinged in my mind. Asterisk devoured high-strength bearing steel scrap. Mass points plus 0.8. I calmly brushed the fine iron powder remaining in my palm into the pile and grabbed the next piece. Devoured tungsten steel alloy cutting waste. Mass points plus 2.1. The warmth in my palm grew more intense. My left hand reached for a twisted drive shaft. Devoured high-toughness alloy transmission component. Mass points plus 8.8. Next was a palm-thick piece of armor plate. It was heavy, with deep claw marks from some beast etched into the surface. Devoured special steel armor fragment. Mass points plus 12.5. My right hand moved slowly in front, pretending to sort screws, while my left hand was behind me, feasting like a maniac. My efficiency was off the charts. My smile kept growing until I stopped trying to hide it. No one was looking in this corner anyway. And even if they did, they'd just think I was a dying boy smiling in the face of fate. When work ended that afternoon, Scarface Lee came by to settle the pay. He looked at the 2 measly crates of parts one had actually sorted and shook his head. He still handed me the full daily rate of 150 yuan. "Take it," he said. "Come back tomorrow." "Thank you, Uncle Lee," I said, thanking him 1,000 times before leaving the scrapyard. The moment I got back to my rented room, I locked the door. I couldn't wait any longer. I summoned the system panel. Host, Lin Yuan. Rank, Tier 1 Black Iron. Life form, carbon-based mortal. Real mass, 94.72 kilograms. Mass points, 198.65. Promotion progress, 9.472%. Looking at that balance of nearly 200 points, my breath turned hot. One day, just one day, if these points were converted to pure iron, it would be nearly 200 kilograms. I didn't hesitate. With a single thought, I dumped it all in. Boom. A surge of heat, far more massive than the last, exploded from deep within my body. It washed through my limbs, bones, muscles, and membranes. Every cell in my body vibrated, compressed, and reorganized under the flood of energy. The sound coming from my bones wasn't a faint creak anymore. It was the muffled thud of steel bars being forced together. I grew heavier and denser by the second. The numbers on the panel flickered wildly. Real mass, 94.72 kilograms. 150 kilograms. 220 kilograms. 293.37 kilograms. Promotion progress, 29.337%. When everything finally settled, my real mass stopped at 293.37 kilograms. Almost 300 kilos. I slowly stood up, and the concrete floor beneath my feet let out a faint, overwhelmed groan. I cracked my neck, the joints letting out heavy, muffled pops. I still looked like a lean teenager, 6 feet tall, but my shoulders were now filled out with thin, rock-hard lines of muscle. The feeling of being weak and fragile was finally gone. I clenched my fists, and my knuckles felt as hard as 2 solid chunks of iron. I threw a casual punch into the empty air, and the force actually tore through the wind, letting out a heavy, muffled boom. I looked at my hands, stunned. Based on the physical limits of a typical Earth rank strengthening type awakener, the power I just unleashed was at least mid-stage Earth rank. And the crazy part? That was just pure mass crushing the air. I hadn't even used any combat techniques yet. My density was still growing by 1% every single day. To put it in perspective, I now weighed 293 kilograms. That's the weight of a full-grown grizzly bear. A normal person has a density of about 1,000. Mine was approaching 4,000, somewhere between aluminum and titanium alloy. I didn't feel like a biological creature anymore. I wondered if an Earth rank awakener could even scratch my skin. I pulled up my pant leg and dragged my fingernail hard across my shin. Not even a red mark. I tried pinching the inside of my thigh, one of the most sensitive spots on the human body. I felt a slight sting, but I was using enough force to snap a steel rebar. If I were back in my old world, I'd be a real-life Superman. Zhao Kuo, you better be ready for me, I muttered. I glanced at the rolled-up bedding in the corner. My old iron bed frame was gone, sacrificed to the system, so I just sat cross-legged on the cold concrete floor. With a body weight of 300 kilograms, that flimsy bed wouldn't have survived me anyway. I clapped the dust off my hands, closed my eyes, and fell asleep right there on the floor. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. The next morning, a violent pounding on the door jolted me awake. Lin Yuan, you little brat, get your ass out here, a woman screamed from the hallway. It was my landlady, a 200-pound woman who was more punctual with rent demands than an ambulance was to a crash site. I climbed off the floor and pulled the door open. There she stood, hair in rollers, clutching a ring of keys with a look of pure malice. She wasn't alone. Behind her stood two thugs. One was a skinny guy with dyed yellow hair, dangling a cigarette from his lip. The other was a burly man with a square jaw and arms thick enough to belong to a professional fighter. I scanned them quickly. The yellow-haired guy was a nobody, but the big guy had a heavy aura. He was likely a low-level strengthening type awakener. It was pathetic, really, awakening a power just to act as a dog for a landlady. Neighbors started peeking out from their rooms, whispering in the hallway. I saw the pity in their eyes. I heard your orphan subsidy was cut off, the landlady shrieked, her voice echoing through the entire building. $800 gone. How are you going to pay me? If you don't have the rent today, pack your trash and get out. She tried to push past me into the room, but stopped dead. She looked at the empty space where the bed used to be. Where's my bed? Her voice jumped an octave. She whipped around to glare at me. Did you sell my bed? I opened my mouth, but didn't know what to say. I couldn't exactly tell her I ate it. I'm keeping your $300 deposit, and you owe me $500 more, she barked, spit flying as she gestured wildly. That bed was 10 kilograms of solid iron. It was an heirloom. You live in my house, sell my furniture, and lose your subsidy? You're trying to scam me. I wiped a drop of her spit off my face. Auntie, wait until the end of the month. Don't end of the month me. She waved her hand at the two thugs. If the money isn't in my hand today, throw him out. The neighbors whispered louder. Poor kid. He awakened a useless talent and offended some rich heir. Now even his subsidy is gone. The landlady is heartless. The yellow-haired thug grinned and stepped into the room. You heard the lady. Time to go. He reached out, grabbing my collar with his greasy hand. The neighbors sighed, expecting to see me dragged out like a stray dog. I didn't move. I just looked at him with cold eyes as his hand tightened on my shirt. He let out a grunt and jerked his arm, trying to slam me to the ground. Then his grin froze. I didn't budge. He growled and pulled again, putting his whole weight into it. I stood there like I was bolted to the foundation of the building. Trying to pull me was like trying to drag a commercial freezer with one hand. The thug's face went pale. I gave my shoulder a slight, sharp twitch. The sheer density of my body sent a massive vibration back through his arm. I heard a sickening crack as his wrist buckled under the counterforce. He screamed, stumbling back and clutching his broken wrist, his face turning white with pain. The neighbors gasped. The yellow-haired guy looked like a tough guy, but he'd gone down without me even throwing a punch. Useless trash, the square-jawed man growled, stepping forward. He didn't see what happened to his friend's wrist, but he wasn't a normal human. He was a black iron rank warrior with a strength enhancement talent. He pulled a pair of brass knuckles from his pocket and slipped them over his fist. Think you're tough, kid? Without warning, He dropped his center of gravity and lunged. His bicep bulged as he threw a heavy punch straight at my chest. The brass knuckles whistled through the air. That punch was strong enough to shatter a brick wall. He wanted to break me. I didn't dodge. I didn't even change my stance. Thud! The fist slammed into the center of my chest. It was a heavy, dull sound. But there was no sound of cracking ribs. No blood. No flying backward. The big man's expression shifted instantly from arrogance to sheer terror. The feedback from his own punch was wrong. It was too hard. It didn't feel like hitting flesh and bone. It felt like hitting a mountain. His entire right arm went numb. I stood there unmoved. I looked down at my school uniform. Good. It didn't tear. Then, I looked at his pale face. That's it. I raised my right hand. It wasn't a punch. I just swung my palm casually, like I was swatting a fly. But with nearly 300 kilograms of mass behind that swing, the physics were devastating. Crack! The slap sounded like a gunshot. The 180-pound man was sent spinning through the air as if he'd been hit by a speeding truck. He slammed into the hallway wall opposite my door, the impact so violent that plaster rained down from the ceiling. He slumped to the floor, his face swelling instantly, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. The hallway went silent. The neighbors stared, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. The yellow-haired thug's legs gave out, and he collapsed against the doorframe. I shook my hand out and turned to the landlady. She was shaking so hard her fat was wobbling. As I took a single step toward her, she lost her balance and plopped down onto the floor. What? What are you doing? She stammered, her voice trembling. Help! Murder! I stopped in front of her and looked down. According to the contract, I stay until the end of the month. If you kick my door again before then, we're going to have a much shorter conversation. I paused for a second, letting a smile spread across my face that made everyone in the hallway shiver. If you do, I said, my voice dropping to a cold whisper, you'll have to be a landlady in the afterlife. We'll see if the king of hell pays you a security deposit. The fat woman froze. Suddenly, a warm wetness spread down her pant leg, pooling into a dark stain on the concrete floor. The stench of urine filled the air. I didn't say another word. I just grabbed the handle and slammed the door shut. Bang! Silence hung in the hallway for 3 long seconds. Then, I heard the frantic sound of the landlady scrambling down the stairs, followed by the yellow-haired thug dragging his half-dead friend away. Outside, the neighbors who had gathered to watch backed away from my door in unison. The pity in their eyes was gone, replaced by pure, unadulterated fear. I leaned against the door and shook out my right hand. I honestly hadn't put much strength into that slap. If I had, that thug's neck would have snapped like a dry twig. Having the power to protect myself felt good. Really good. I pulled up my system interface to check my progress. Real mass, 296.3 kilograms. The 1% daily growth from last night's sleep had kicked in. I had gained nearly 3 kilograms overnight. At this rate, I'd break the 300-kilogram mark by tomorrow. I closed the panel, shook the dust off my thin mattress, and straightened the sheets. It was time for work. When I stepped out of the building, the entire place was eerily quiet. Usually, the elderly neighbors would be loitering in the stairwell gossiping, but today, there wasn't a soul in sight. I let out a small smirk. I didn't mind the peace. I started walking toward the Xingho scrap processing plant. It was time for my second big meal. Meanwhile, at Jiangxing First Courtyard, the most expensive villa district owned by the Zhao Group, a single home cost at least 10 million federal credits. Zhao sat on a leather sofa in his master bedroom, clutching his communicator. His face was twisted with rage. What did you say? He growled. He sent him flying? On the other end of the line, the yellow-haired thug sounded like he was about to cry. Qua, it's not that we're weak. I don't know what kind of medicine that kid is on. Old Hu punched him, and it felt like hitting a steel plate. Then Lin Yuan just swung his hand. One slap, and Old Hu flew across the hall. He lost 3 teeth, and he's still in the hospital. Zhao Kuo slammed the communicator onto the coffee table. Lin Yuan was supposed to be an F-rank waste, a guy with bones as brittle as glass. How could he slap a black iron-level fighter into a hospital bed? Lin Yuan hadn't returned to school for 2 days after his awakening. Zhao Kuo had planned to cut off the loser's housing and force him to beg in the streets. He never expected his men to get wrecked instead. Something's wrong, Zhao Kuo muttered, pacing the room. Lin Yuan's talent shouldn't allow him to fight. It should make it hard for him to even walk. But the thug said he was heavy. Extremely heavy. Was his mass increasing faster than the records predicted? Zhao Kuo sneered. So what? He's just a heavy meatball. My S-rank molten earth fire will burn him to ash before he can even touch me. The bedroom door opened behind him. Lu Ruyan walked out, wrapped in a silk robe. Her long hair was still damp from the shower, and the robe hung loosely off her shoulders, revealing the curve of her collarbone. She had moved into the villa 2 days ago under the guise of dual cultivation residence. Zhao Kuo's frustration vanished the moment he saw her. He pulled her close, his hand sliding over the silk to grip her waist. Her skin felt like polished jade, smooth and elastic. Lu Ruyan stiffened for a split second before giving him a playful, lingering look. What are you doing? I just washed up, she whispered, her voice like honey. Zhao Kuo felt his heart race. You little demon. You nearly killed me last night. Lu Ruyan lowered her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering shyly. Her A-rank talent, aura resonance, was even more powerful than she had anticipated. After only 2 days in the villa, she could feel her energy perception skyrocketing. With the best food, luxury housing, and endless resources, she could already see the bronze realm within her reach. She estimated it would take 6 months, at most. As for helping Zhao Kuo, she had figured out a few tricks to make him think she was helping, but she had no intention of actually boosting his cultivation. To her, this idiot was just a stepping stone. Zhao Kuo hadn't felt any real acceleration in his training yet, but he wasn't worried. Lu Ruyan told him that their talents needed time to harmonize, and that the real explosion of power would happen later. He believed her. Why wouldn't he? She was a masterpiece of a woman. An S-rank genius paired with an A-rank support talent. Everyone in Jiangsheng said they were a match made in heaven. Lu Ruyan leaned into his chest, acting casual. Who was on the phone? You looked upset. That waste, Lin Yuan, Zhao Kuo spat. He explained what happened, ending with a cold huff. He's gained an absurd amount of weight. He actually had the strength to knock old Hu out. A flash of surprise crossed Lu Ruyan's eyes. That loser had that kind of power? She had sat next to Lin Yuan for 3 years. She knew him better than anyone. He was calm, patient, and never acted without a plan. Doesn't he have that bone density side effect? She asked, steering the conversation deeper. Who knows what kind of dumb luck he stumbled into, Zhao Kuo said. But it doesn't matter. In the arena, strength is useless if you can't hit your target. He'll never get close to my flames. But what if? There is no what if, Zhao Kuo interrupted, his eyes sharpening. He picked up his communicator again. Dad, I need you to get me 2 things. A set of C-rank fire armor and a few fire-type beast crystals. Yeah, I know it's expensive. It's for the college entrance exam arena. Also, I have a girlfriend now. A rank. Haha, that's my boy, his father's voice boomed from the speaker. I'll send someone to the South City black market immediately. I'll transfer another 100,000 credits to your account. Buy some supplements. You know, for the extracurricular activities. Zhao Kuo hung up and looked at Lu Ruyan, his eyes full of malice. In 5 days, I'm going to make Lin Yuan kneel in front of the whole school. I don't care how hard his bones are. They aren't harder than lava. Lu Ruyan hummed softly, leaning against his shoulder. She briefly remembered the 3 years she spent with Lin Yuan. He never raised his voice. He never lost his temper. He was so gentle he almost didn't seem fit for a world of martial arts. Forget it, she thought. It doesn't matter. She had chosen Zhao Kuo. The winner takes all, and the loser is discarded. The rules of this world were always that simple. On the other side of town, I arrived at the Xingho scrap processing plant. The moment I stepped into the sorting area, I felt the atmosphere shift. My coworkers were all looking at me with expressions of deep, tragic sympathy. It felt like I was walking into my own funeral. Little Lin is here, a short-haired woman whispered. Her eyes turned red as she rushed over and shoved 2 warm, hard-boiled eggs into my hands. Here, eat these while they're hot. My hens laid them this morning. You need the calcium, kid. Oh, you poor thing. I stared at the eggs, completely baffled. Further away, a bald, burly man gave me a solemn nod, his eyes filled with the kind of respect you give a soldier going on a suicide mission. I twitched my lip. Word must have traveled fast about my secondary mutation. They all thought I was a walking corpse. I didn't correct them. I just headed toward the scrap piles. I had a lot of mass to devour today. Apparently, my dying man persona was spreading faster than I imagined. I guess I had a real talent for acting like a tragic hero. Old Kai walked over, his face heavy with uncharacteristic softness. He patted my shoulder gently, as if he were afraid I might shatter into pieces. "All right, Lin Yuan," he said, his voice hushed. "Don't just stand there. Go back to your station. Take it easy today. Rest as much as you need." His tone was unmistakable. He was giving a terminal patient permission to slack off on the company dime. A small part of me felt touched, but it was quickly drowned out by a wave of pure absurdity. What was I supposed to say? "Thanks, Uncle Lee. Thanks, sis." I didn't argue. I took the 2 hard-boiled eggs and headed straight for my personal VIP lounge, a 3-meter-high mountain of scrap metal tucked away in the corner. It was waiting for me like a feast. I cracked an egg and took a bite, my eyes scanning the pile. There were armored vehicle chassis, twisted cannon barrels, and broken tank treads. It was a buffet of heavy metal. I swallowed the egg white, and without a word, I pressed my left hand against a jagged piece of a tank tread. My palm grew hot. The countdown began. A minute later, the system chimed in my head. Devoured high manganese steel tread component. Mass points plus 6.7. I didn't even blink. I pulled out the second egg with my right hand and started peeling it while my left hand moved to the next piece of junk. Devoured high-strength alloy wheel hub. Mass points plus 9.5. Devoured military-grade drive shaft wreckage. Mass points plus 21.8. The system's crisp notifications were like the most beautiful symphony I'd ever heard. I stopped looking at the specific numbers. I had only one thought left: eat. Eat until there's nothing left. I went through the motions with my right hand, pretending to sort through the bin, while my left hand worked overtime behind my back. One piece after another. No stopping. A strange thought popped into my head. I weighed nearly 300 kilograms now, but I didn't feel hungry at all. They say man is made of iron. But was I literally becoming an Iron Man? Could I survive just by eating metal? I shook my head and pushed the thought away. My body felt fine, so I wasn't going to complain. I grabbed a palm-thick piece of armor plating, scarred with deep claw marks from some beast. Asterisk devoured special steel armor fragment. Mass points plus 12.5. Asterisk. I finished the second egg and glanced toward the heavy weaponry section in the distance. That was the real meal. Complete tank turrets, massive mech legs, and steel plates from decommissioned warships weighing dozens of tons. I swallowed hard but looked away. That area was guarded and under heavy surveillance. Now wasn't the time to get greedy. I took a moment to check my status panel. Asterisk name, Lin Yuan. Realm, level 1 black iron. Real mass, 296.3 kilograms. Mass points, for 37.25. Asterisk. Over 400 points in just half a day. If I kept this up, I'd hit 500 points before the end of my shift. If I dumped all of that into my real mass, my weight would skyrocket to 800 kilograms. I was only 200 kilograms away from the 1,000 kilogram threshold for level 2 bronze. I could reach the next stage of evolution by tomorrow at the latest. I suppressed a smile and went back to work. At 3 in the afternoon, I finished devouring a drive shaft the size of my arm. The system gave me my biggest payout yet. Asterisk devoured heavy tungsten alloy weight. Mass points plus 22.4. Asterisk. That felt good. But just then, the low hum of an engine echoed from outside the sorting area. I looked up to see a silver-gray military hovercar descending onto the plant's landing pad. The door slid open, and a tall, sharp figure stepped out. She wore a black nano-combat suit that highlighted her long legs. It was Shunqingzi. But my gaze only stayed on her for a second before shifting to the man following her. He looked to be in his early 20s, standing over 6 feet tall in a custom-tailored combat suit. He was handsome, wearing a perfectly practiced smile that radiated a sense of carefully maintained superiority. He stood beside Shunqingzi, looking every bit the wealthy elite. Upstairs in the main building's meeting room, the atmosphere was much less glamorous. It was basically just a place where Shun Hanyuan drank tea and read the news. The decor consisted of a tin table, a few folding chairs, and two 50-kilogram alloy exercise balls tossed in the corner. It was rugged, to say the least. The man, Liu Beichen, stepped into the room. His eyebrows twitched slightly at the sight of the place, but he quickly recovered his polite, jade-like smile. He pulled out the sturdiest-looking folding chair and gestured for Shun Qingxi to sit. She ignored him, grabbed a different chair, and sat down. Liu Beichen simply moved his chair next to hers and sat, stretching out his long legs. Shen Hanyuan sat at the head of the table, slowly skimming the foam off his tea with the lid. He looked at the young man who had followed his daughter inside, and his expression shifted. "Sit," Shen Hanyuan said, his voice flat as he sized up Liu Beichen. "So, you're Qingxi's teammate?" "Hello, Uncle Shun." Liu Beichen bowed slightly, his posture impeccable. "My name is Liu Beichen. I'm from the Liu family in the imperial capital, currently a sophomore at the Military Arts University. I'm working with Qingxi on the Southern Abyss entrance mission." Shen Hongyuan's grip on his teacup tightened. "Qingxi? You sure sound close." Shen Qingxi frowned at the name as well. "The Liu family from the capital?" Shen Honyuan set his cup down, his fingers tapping a rhythm on the table. "Which Liu family?" "My father is Liu Zhenbong, a senior researcher at the Federal Research Institute. My older brother, Liu Beiyuan, is also currently serving there," Liu Beichen replied. His pace was deliberate, every word carrying weight. It was the classic introduction of a capital elite. He didn't say his family was powerful. He just mentioned names that proved it. Shen Honyuan sneered internally. "Research Institute. Tech guys. No wonder he hadn't heard of them." "And your talent?" he asked bluntly. Liu Beichen had clearly been waiting for this. The corners of his mouth curled up. "S-rank special class, heart of primordial magnetism." The words weren't loud, but the pride behind them was impossible to hide. An S rank was the starting point for the top of the pyramid in the Federation. "I'm currently at the silver rank and have already developed 2 talent sequences," Liu Beichen said, glancing at Shun Qingxi with a smile. "Understanding the sequences is important, but cultivation progress is where the real work shows. I'm only a year older than Qingxi, but I'm already 1 rank higher." It sounded polite, but the subtext was anything but. He was saying that even though she was an SS rank, he was still outperforming her. Shin Qingxi leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, not even bothering to respond. She only knew Liu Beichen as the teammate her mentor had assigned. He had been quiet at school, so why was he talking so much now? Shen Honyuan nodded, his voice remaining flat. "S rank. Not bad." Liu Beichen waited for a few seconds, expecting more shock or follow-up questions. When none came, he looked surprised. This old veteran running a scrap yard had some serious composure. "The danger level at the Abyss entrance is quite high this time," Liu Beichen said, changing the subject. Liu Beichen looked at Shun Qingxi with a gaze that was far too soft. He claimed he had specifically requested to be on her team because he was worried about her safety. Qingxi didn't buy it for a second. She finally spoke up, her voice flat and unimpressed. She reminded him that her teacher hadn't said anything about a joint request. She knew he had his own mission to hunt a Tier 4 beast, and asked if he was just stopping by on his way. Liu Beichen's smile faltered for a heartbeat, but he recovered quickly. He laughed it off, saying a Tier 4 beast was nothing special. To him, no mission was more important than her safety. Old Kai, my father, Shun Honyuan, set his teacup down with a sharp clink. He saw right through the act. This kid was playing games. He talked about a Tier 4 beast like he was picking up groceries at the market, all just to look like a big shot in front of my sister. "No need," Dad interrupted him bluntly. He told Liu that he had already prepared the latest heavy combat robot from the Federation Research Center for Qingxi. He claimed it could handle anything below a Tier 3 threat with ease. Liu Beichen froze. He looked around the scrapyard, his eyes full of hidden disdain. He clearly thought a junk dealer like my dad could only get his hands on some low-end civilian model used for guarding doors. "Uncle Shun, you're very thoughtful," Liu said, his tone dripping with fake politeness. He started lecturing us about how AI and brains had improved, but could never match a human's intuition on a changing battlefield. Dad didn't bother arguing. He just shifted the topic. He asked Liu if he had traveled all the way from the capital empty-handed. It was a blunt, greedy question. Liu Beichen actually looked happy. He probably thought we were just small-town hicks looking for a handout. He reached into his nano-storage ring and pulled out a refined alloy box. When he opened it, a heavy wave of energy flooded the room. The teacups on the table actually started to hum. Inside was a purple crystal about the size of a thumb. It was a Tier 1 Yuan beast crystal. Lu made sure to emphasize the word Yuan. These weren't like the common mutated beasts found on Earth. Yuan beasts came from the void, and their crystals were worth millions. This one was metal attributed, perfect for Qingxi's cultivation. Just a small gift, Lu said, smiling warmly at her. Qingxi didn't even blink. But Dad? His reaction was huge. He leaned in like he'd discovered a legendary treasure. He started rambling about how expensive it must be, guessing it was worth at least 1,000,000 credits. Lu Beichen felt a sting in his wallet, but seeing Dad's shocked face made him feel like the investment was worth it. He waved his hand dismissively, acting like 1,000,000 credits was nothing compared to Qingxi's future. Dad found it hilarious. 1,000,000 credits could support a normal family for 10 years, but the robot he'd just bought for Qingxi, the one I was currently occupying, cost 8,000,000. This kid was bringing a pebble to a gold mine. Even more interesting was Lu's behavior. As soon as he realized Qingxi wasn't reacting, he turned all his attention to Dad. He wasn't trying to win over the girl. He was trying to buy the father to get to the girl. It was a rookie move. Oh, this is way too valuable. Dad suddenly stood up, looking terrified. Before Lu could respond, Dad slammed the box shut and shoved it into his own pocket with lightning speed. The movement was so smooth, it was almost professional. Lu Beichen was stunned. He didn't expect the old man to be that shameless. Dad patted Lu on the shoulder with a look of deep gratitude. Little Lu, you're a good kid. I'll accept this on Qingxi's behalf. Just then, Dad's wrist communicator buzzed. He checked the caller ID and his face turned serious. He told them to keep chatting while he stepped out to take the call. As he walked past Lu, he gave Qingxi a quick wink. The message was clear. I got the goods, now you handle the rest. Qingxi rubbed her forehead. Dad's habit of messing with people hadn't changed in 20 years. With Dad gone, Lu Beichen felt like he'd already won. He turned to Qingxi, his smile growing even more confident. He told her that since her father agreed, they should head out on the mission together. I'm going alone, Qingxi said, cutting him off. And as for that crystal, my dad took it. Not me. Lu's smile turned to stone. He tried to explain how much that crystal would speed up her training, but she just looked at him like he was an idiot. She'd been using those crystals since she was 6. A single Tier 1 stone meant nothing to her. Lu was speechless. He decided to change tactics. He told her he wanted to see the robot her father had prepared. He claimed that if it really was capable of protecting her, he'd leave immediately and head back to school. He was betting that whatever a scrap yard owner produced would be garbage. Qingxi thought about it and nodded. She had sparred with the robot, Rock, yesterday. She knew what I was capable of. Besides, Dad had mentioned a berserk mode for emergencies. This was the perfect time to shut this guy up. Follow me, she said. They walked down to the 3rd underground level, into the gravity training room. The heavy alloy doors hissed open. When Lu Beichen saw the dark silver humanoid machine standing in the center of the room, his footsteps faltered. The sleek armor lines and precision hydraulic joints weren't anything like the civilian junk he expected. The smooth sensor panels on the machine's body gleamed with a cold, professional finish. This wasn't some clunky civilian toy. It was the sharp, ruthless craftsmanship of federal military industry. Lu Beichen's eyes widened slightly. His brother worked at the Federal Research Center and had mentioned a massive breakthrough in military combat droids, but Lu hadn't believed it until now. How did an old man running a scrap yard get his hands on cutting-edge tech like this? Maybe the old guy had serious connections, or maybe this was just a high-end military trade-in. Lu walked up to the robot, Rock, and rapped his knuckles against the chest plate. The metal gave off a dull, heavy thud. Let's go, Qingxi said, dropping into a fighting stance. I want to see just how strong your talent really is. Lu flashed a prideful smirk. Against a hunk of iron? I don't even need my talent. The words had barely left his lips when he lunged forward like a cheetah. He threw a straight punch, aiming directly for the robot's chest. Thump! The sound of metal hitting metal echoed through the room. Rock didn't even budge. Instead, the force of the impact traveled back into Lu's arm. leaving it numb and trembling. What the hell? How is it this hard? Before he could process the shock, Rock's mechanical arm blurred into motion. It was a horizontal sweep, fast as a shadow. Lu scrambled backward, his heart racing as the metal limb whistled past his chest, missing him by a hair. For the next 10 minutes, the training room was filled with the heavy rhythm of metal clashing and the sharp whistle of wind. Finally, Lu backed into a corner, his chest heaving. His face had turned sour. He finally understood why Shan Hanyuan was so relaxed about leaving his daughter here. This robot's reaction speed, strength, and defense were all at the level of a Tier 3 silver dancer. In a pure physical brawl, Lu couldn't find a single opening. So, Qingci asked, crossing her arms. She looked perfectly calm, watching him struggle. What do you think? It's strong, Lu panted, shaking his head with a strained smile. Uncle Shun really went all out. The smile stayed on his face, but his eyes went dark. It was strong, sure, but only if he didn't use his talent skills. His origin magnetism heart gave him two deadly abilities. The first was a small-scale gravity surge. The second was a magnetic field. He hadn't mastered the second one yet, but it was more than enough to scramble the internal circuits of a machine. A vicious thought took root in his mind. He could make Rock's identification system crash, forcing it into an indiscriminate attack mode. For a precision instrument like this, a core logic error would take at least 5 days to fix at the factory. By then, Qingci would have missed her assessment deadline. He glanced toward the window, thinking about the low-level workers out in the yard, scavenging through trash like ants. If this killing machine went berserk and tore through the crowd, people would die. Then, he could swoop in like a hero, suppress the robot, and save the day. Qingci would owe him a massive favor, and she'd finally see how powerful and reliable he truly was. 3 birds with 1 stone. Who said rich kids didn't have brains? Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead and put back on his warm, gentle mask. I approve. This robot is definitely qualified. He walked over to Rock and patted its shoulder armor in a friendly gesture of recognition. But beneath his palm, a faint, microscopic ripple of magnetic energy seeped silently into the seams of the dark silver plating. The movement was natural. The pulse was thinner than a hair and lighter than a breath. As it spread through Rock's internal systems, Lu turned around, his face still wearing that polite smile. It's a bit stuffy in here, Lu said. I'm going up for some air. Tell your dad I said goodbye. Qingci didn't even look at him. Her eyes were fixed on Rock. Fine. Lu gave a slight bow and walked away. His pace was steady, his breathing calm. The moment he stepped through the heavy alloy doors, his lips curled into a smirk. It would take 3 to 5 minutes. The more sophisticated a military AI was, the more fragile its logic chain became. He just needed a high vantage point to watch the show. The second-floor gallery would be perfect. In the world of heroes, timing was always more important than raw strength. Down in the third-level basement, the room was silent except for Qingci and the standing robot. She pulled a custom remote from her spatial bracelet and pointed it at Rock, ready to put him into sleep mode. The moment her thumb hit the button, the room hummed. Virum. Rock's smooth sensor panel flickered. The steady deep blue light strip flashed twice without warning, replaced by a piercing, jagged crimson. Warning! Warning! Core program logic turbulence. Unknown command conflict triggered. The mechanical voice was sharp and piercing, bouncing off the walls of the enclosed room. What's happening? Qingci's face paled. She slammed the emergency stop button repeatedly, but there was no response. Rock's crimson electronic eyes locked onto the space in front of him. Inside his chest, gears began to grind with a screeching sound. Suddenly, his head snapped around. The red beam swept over Qingci from head to toe. She tensed her body, the silver glow of her Gungjin blade bone, talent flickering at her fingertips, ready to strike. Identity verified. Highest owner confirmed. Logic conflict. Attacking owner prohibited. Backup protocol initiated. Clear all potential threats surrounding the owner. Rock's eyes lingered on her for less than a second before snapping toward the heavy alloy door. He ignored her completely. Roar, a low, mechanical growl erupted from the machine, vibrating the very walls. Rock's right arm swung back. With 2.5 tons of self-weight backed by full hydraulic power, he smashed his fist into the special alloy door. Boom! The entire door bulged outward. The heavy bolts anchoring the frame snapped off, embedding themselves into the opposite wall. Rock's legs coiled, his heavy hydraulic feet shattering the floor tiles as he charged toward the ramp leading to the surface. The floor cracked into a spiderweb of fractures behind him. The entire tunnel was shaking. "There are people up there," Qingzi shouted, her face full of horror as she chased after him. Meanwhile, on the surface, inside my VIP scrap booth, things were peaceful. My left hand was pressed against a twisted piece of high manganese steel. A familiar heat flowed from my palm into my body. It felt so good I almost groaned. Asterisk ding. High manganese steel consumed. Mass points plus 6.7. I exhaled in satisfaction and checked my status panel. My real mass was at 296.3 kilograms, and I had 548.15 mass points. I still needed about 100 more. At the rate I was going, I'd definitely have enough before I clocked out for the day. Then, the world exploded. A deafening crash roared from the direction of the main building. My hand jerked. I looked up and saw the outer wall of the main building burst open. Bricks and twisted rebar rained down like shrapnel. A massive, dark silver blur shot out from the dust. The object slammed into the center of the open-air sorting area. The ground shook violently, causing the piles of scrap beneath my feet to shift and slide. Everyone froze. The short-haired lady nearby craned her neck, looking confused. "What's going on? A fire drill?" she muttered. The bald guy stopped working too, peeking out from behind a pile of junk. Rock's crimson eyes were flashing manically. His hydraulic legs kicked off the ground, launching his massive frame into the air. His right arm swept out, and a heavy steel workbench, weighing hundreds of pounds, was swatted away like it was made of paper. The steel workbench was swatted away like it was a piece of crumpled paper. It went flying, and the shockwave from the impact sent the bald guy and several nearby workers tumbling across the concrete. They rolled through the dirt, gasping for air. "Run! Get out of here!" someone screamed. Panic turned the sorting area into a meat grinder. The short-haired lady fell into a pile of scrap metal, losing a shoe as she scrambled away on all fours. Scarface, his face drained of all color, tore his throat out yelling for everyone to scatter. The air was a chaotic mess of crying, shouting, and the screech of twisting metal. Up on the second-floor balcony, Liu Beichen stood perfectly still. He looked down at the fleeing workers like they were ants. He was timing it. He wanted to wait just a little longer, until the despair had fully fermented. A faint, cruel smirk touched his lips. To him, these people were nobodies. If a few died, it didn't matter. Below, Rock's crimson eyes scanned the area. The AI targeted the highest concentration of heat and life signs, the corner where Scarface and the lady were trapped. Warning: multiple hostile targets detected. Clearance sequence initiated. The engine let out a deafening roar. 2.5 tons of steel leaned forward, hydraulic legs coiled, and then it launched. It was a death charge aimed straight at the huddle of terrified workers. Scarface shoved the lady behind him and stood his ground. His legs were shaking, but he didn't move. The shadow of death loomed over them. But right as the impact was about to happen, a slender figure seemed to tear through space itself. Shen Qingzi appeared in a flash, standing firmly between the workers and the monster. He didn't look back. He dropped his center of gravity, his legs slightly bent. His arms, wrapped in a black nanocombat suit, snapped forward. Silver light flared from his knuckles as a matte gray long blade slid out from his palm. The blade was elegant, straight, and lacked any useless decoration. Its edge was as thin as a cicada's wing, reflecting a sliver of cold light. As the blade fully emerged, the air itself seemed to be sliced open. Shen Qingzi gripped the hilt with both hands, pointing the tip at the charging beast. The wind from the machine's approach whipped his long hair wildly, but he stood as solid as a mountain. The collision was inevitable. Just as Rock's fist was about to crush him, the robot's sensors identified the target. Priority 1. Highest authority owner confirmed. Alarms shrieked inside the robot's chassis. Even though its core logic had been tampered with, the optical radar forced a high-level safety override the moment it saw Shen Qingzi. Rock tried to pull back the fist that could crush a tank. The hydraulic joints let out a piercing screech as the brakes locked up. But you can't argue with physics. 2.5 tons of steel moving at high speed has terrifying inertia. The mechanical beast lost its balance, its massive alloy chest barreling straight into Shun Qingzi like a falling mountain. Shun Qingzi knew he couldn't take this head-on. He had to deflect the energy. He held the blade horizontally, using the flat side as a shield. Thud! The sound of the impact made my heart skip a beat. Even though Rock had pulled back, the sheer mass hitting the blade was staggering. I saw Shun Qingzi groan, his face turning an unnatural shade of red as blood rushed to his throat. The wind from the impact tore at his clothes. His body vibrated at a high frequency, his internal energy straining to keep his bones from shattering and the blade from snapping. He wasn't blown away, but the robot's momentum pushed him backward, his boots skidding across the floor. "Stop," he hissed. He slammed the tip of his blade downward, burying it deep into the reinforced concrete. Sparks flew everywhere. With a sound like nails on a chalkboard, the blade carved a half-foot-deep trench into the ground. He slid for 20 meters before the friction finally killed the momentum. Shun Qingzi stood there, every bone in his body aching, having used his 60-kilogram frame to stop a multi-ton monster. He had successfully diverted it away from the crowd. Rock's red eyes flickered wildly, emitting the sound of electronic static. Warning: target identity, highest authority. Action: erase. Error: logic paradox. Motherboard overload. Unknown lethal threat detected. Initiating final protocol, pre-burn. Limiters removed, asterisk. A hiss of high-pressure steam erupted from the robot's cooling valves. The gaps in its dark armor began to glow with a dangerous, pulsing crimson light. Its frame actually expanded, growing 10 centimeters taller as it entered berserk mode. Shun Qingzi's eyes narrowed in fear. The veins on his hands bulged against his blade. Up on the balcony, Liu Beichen wasn't worried. He grinned. The plan was working. The robot was completely out of control, and Shun Qingzi was injured. This was his moment to play the hero. "Qingzi, look out!" Liu Beichen shouted, stepping forward. "It's lost control. Let me handle this." The berserk robot, attracted by the shout, snapped its head toward the balcony. It didn't wait. It lunged with a speed that broke the sound barrier, a fist whistling through the air toward Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen had planned to look cool, but he was forced to throw up a desperate block. The impact of 2 tons of high-density mass sent the S-rank genius flying. He slammed into the alloy wall behind him so hard the metal dented. He coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock. He couldn't believe a piece of junk in a scrapyard could be this strong. He scrambled up, downing 2 vials of expensive healing potion. He raised his hands, his S-rank talent exploding outward. "You're just a pile of scrap metal," he roared. "Kneel before me." Gravity shackles. An invisible, crushing force slammed down on Rock. Liu Beichen smirked, imagining the robot being crushed into a cube while Shun Qingzi watched in awe. He cranked it up to 5 times normal gravity, enough to rupture the organs of a professional warrior. But Rock weighed 2.4 tons. 5 times gravity meant it was now carrying 12 tons. For a military-grade alloy machine in berserk mode, with its engine overclocked to 150%, that wasn't enough to stop it. The robot paused for less than half a second. Then, it kept coming. The gravity field that was strong enough to crush a third-tier warrior didn't even slow Rock down. The robot's overclocked mechanical engine tore right through the pressure. Those glowing crimson eyes locked onto Liu Beichen, who was still busy trying to look like a hero. Rock didn't even bother charging up. Its massive mechanical arms swung in a blur, breaking the sound barrier with a terrifying boom. It wasn't a punch, it was a giant metal backlink. Liu Beichen's pupils shrank. His carefully maintained cool vanished, replaced by pure terror. He didn't even have time to raise a defense. Thud! The sound was sickening. The great young master of the Liu family, an S-rank genius, was swatted away like a ragdoll by this berserk steel beast. He sprayed a fountain of blood in midair. His expensive, custom-made combat suit shredded instantly as he smashed through 2 rusted iron pillars. He finally landed in a pile of scrap metal like a dead dog, motionless and unconscious. One hit. A total knockout. The factory went silent. The workers who had been cheering for their savior stood there with their mouths hanging open. Even Shun Qingzi froze. An elite S-rank genius had been swatted aside like a fly. The short-haired lady's legs gave out, and the bald man's hands shook as he gripped a scrap pile. Nobody dared to breathe. Rock's sensors scanned the room again. Its red eyes locked onto the area where Scarface Lee and the others were hiding. It lunged forward with a thunderous step. No, Shin Qingzi shouted. She had been pushed too far back by the earlier impact. She couldn't make it in time. Scarface Lee watched the mountain of steel charging toward them. His eyes turned bloodshot. He looked back at his fellow workers and roared, "Run!" He activated his meager B-rank talent, Colossus Strength. His muscles bulged as he hoisted a heavy steel beam, trying to shield the short-haired woman behind him. But Rock didn't even slow down. It simply collided with him. Scarface Lee and the steel beam were sent flying 6 meters through the air. He coughed up blood and collapsed, out cold. Rock's pace didn't falter. Its cold, crimson gaze fell on the short-haired lady, who was now crawling on the ground, her legs paralyzed by fear. She felt the shadow of death looming over her. She looked back, saw that cold red light, and slumped to the ground in despair, closing her eyes. 30 meters away, Shun Qingzi's eyes were wide with fury. Her SS-rank Golden Bone talent flared to life as she sprinted toward the corner. But 30 meters was an ocean. She wasn't going to make it. Everyone felt the same crushing weight of hopelessness. Who could possibly stop this monster? Behind a 3-meter-high pile of scrap on the west side, I finally stood up. TSK. What a pain, I muttered. I spat out a piece of debris and squinted against the gale-force wind kicked up by the robot. I had finally found a perfect spot to scavenge metal for free, and I'd planned to stay hidden forever. But this bucket of bolts just had to ruin it. That lady had given me 2 eggs for breakfast this morning. If I sat here and watched her die, I'd never be able to show my face in this factory again. I had to move. I opened my system panel and focused everything on one thing. Current mass, 296.3 kilograms. Mass points, 548.2. I dumped every single point into my weight. Boom. My points hit 0. A violent, searing heat exploded through my veins, 10 times stronger than anything I'd felt before. My real mass began to skyrocket. 400 kilograms. 600 kilograms. It finally stopped at 844.5 kilograms. Nearly 850 kilos. My body felt like it was boiling. My bone density and muscle fibers were being compressed and reorganized in a terrifying process. My feet felt heavy against the floor. I knew this robot weighed at least 2 tons. If I had tried to stop it with my old 300-kilogram body, I would have been the one getting sent to the hospital. I rolled my ankles and dropped into a deep horse stance at the edge of the scrap pile. My legs coiled like springs. Then, I exploded forward. The concrete beneath my feet shattered, cracks spider webbing outward from the force. With a body weight of nearly 850 kilograms and bones as dense as solid tungsten, I was a human cannonball. I tore through the air with a dull roar. I wasn't incredibly fast, but my momentum was unstoppable. I literally shoved the air out of my way. Just as Rock's heavy fist was about to crush the woman, I blurred into the gap. I didn't have time for a fancy stance. I just took a deep breath, crossed my arms over my chest, and gritted my teeth. Clang. The sound of metal hitting metal was deafening. The corrugated tin roof of the factory vibrated from the shockwave. A visible ring of white dust and air exploded from the point of impact, sent scrap metal and screws flying 10 meters in every direction. The workers nearby squeezed their eyes shut, their eardrums throbbing. They didn't want to see the kid get turned into a puddle of meat. But the sound of crushing bone never came. Instead, there was the sharp rip of fabric. As the dust settled, everyone froze. My cheap school uniform sleeves had completely disintegrated, revealing arms that weren't overly bulky but looked like they were forged from dark iron. My feet had plowed 2 deep furrows into the reinforced concrete, but I was still standing. My thin frame hadn't budged an inch. I had braced my arms and caught a mechanical fist larger than my own head. Holy crap, an old man whispered from behind a pile of copper. He forgot to breathe. Is that the sickly kid with the weak bones? The silence was absolute. Even Rock's AI seemed to glitch for a second. Asterisk detection, high-density physical obstacle. Threat level, recalculating, asterisk. The robot's hydraulic engine let out a frantic roar. It leaned its massive weight forward, trying to push me back. I felt my feet grinding deeper into the concrete. Then, its left arm whipped around, fingers snapping together into a razor-sharp alloy blade. It swung toward my exposed head with a piercing whistle. I realized I couldn't just stand here looking like a god. I had to play it off. I looked up, but I didn't show the face of a master. Instead, I twisted my features into a mask of pure, agonizing pain and let out a desperate, high-pitched scream. Anicap, I can't hold my own weight. It's too heavy. My body is breaking. My roar was filled with pure desperation and madness. To the onlookers, it was the perfect confirmation of the rumors. My talent had undergone a second mutation, and I had completely lost control. But I didn't back down. Instead of retreating, I slammed my left foot into the ground. I didn't just stand my ground, I lunged forward. Using my terrifying weight of nearly a ton, I abandoned all defense. I relied on nothing but raw, beastly instinct. I delivered a headbutt. No technique, no finesse. Just a brutal, savage strike aimed directly at the rock robot's broad chest armor. Asterisk crack. Boom. Asterisk. My iron-level skull collided with a high-strength alloy shield designed to withstand a full-speed impact from a Tier 3 warrior. It was the most primitive, violent physical collision imaginable. Sparks flew everywhere. Under the horrified gazes of everyone present, the indestructible chest plate of the rock robot didn't just hold. It buckled. My head literally smashed a terrifying, deep crater into the metal. Asterisk warning. Chest armor damaged 17%. Core energy module shocked. Asterisk. The mechanical giant's center of gravity vanished instantly. The blade hand that had been swinging for my head veered off course. The massive machine stumbled back 3 heavy steps, each footfall cracking the concrete floor like glass. In that split second of instability, a silver streak of light finally arrived. Xingxi appeared at the robot's side, her eyes wide with absolute shock. Only one thought occupied her mind. Asterisk, is this kid even human? Which one of you is the actual monster? Asterisk. She didn't hesitate. Her movements were fluid and lethal. Her hands gripped her blade, silver light exploding from the hilt. The cold wind of her Tang sword let out a crisp, pleasant hum as she aimed for the edge of the crater I'd just made. She was going for the kill, targeting the core engine. But just as her blade tip was about to touch the armor, the air hummed. An invisible ripple shimmered through the void. A calm, majestic voice rang out in everyone's ears like a command from a god. Space lockdown. Seal. It was just one word, spoken softly, but the world hit the pause button. A 3-meter radius around the rampaging robot erupted in ripples of deep blue water-like energy. A second later, the ripples froze. A perfect, translucent cube appeared out of thin air, trapping the 2-ton steel beast, the swirling dust, and the violent air currents inside. It looked like a prehistoric insect frozen in amber. The entire scrap yard went dead silent. Workers stood with their mouths open, forgetting to breathe. Xingxi froze mid-swing, her sword inches from the cube. High above, a figure stood suspended in the air. It was Shun Hongyuan. He stood at the edge of the jagged hole in the main building, wearing dusty old military pants and a faded white tank top. He looked like a common laborer, still clutching half a carved walnut in his hand. He didn't even look at the chaos below. He simply raised his right hand toward the blue amber and snapped his fingers. Snap. The sound was sharp and clear. Inside the spatial cube, the space around the robot's energy core underwent a localized, distorted shift. It was as if an invisible hand had reached into the fabric of reality and precisely pinched off the energy lines. The piercing alarms cut out. The glowing red electronic eyes dimmed to black. The blue cube slowly dissolved, and the 2.4-ton steel giant, now devoid of power, crashed to the ground. A cloud of dust billowed up. The crisis was over. As everyone stood there trembling, still processing the miracle they'd just witnessed, a pathetic groan came from a pile of scrap in the corner. Ugh, cough. Liu Beichen struggled to climb out from under a heap of rusted parts. His expensive combat suit was shredded, soaked in oil and blood. His left arm hung at an unnatural angle, clearly dislocated. He looked miserable. The first thing he did wasn't check his injuries. He immediately adjusted his expression, forcing a look of tragic heroism onto his blood-stained face. Uncle Shun, he wheezed, clutching his chest, his voice weak but earnest. I tried to stop the robot, but its power was beyond my estimates. I'm just glad the workers are safe. My injuries, they don't matter. He glanced toward Shin Qingzi, clearly waiting for her to rush over in concern. She didn't even look at him. Her eyes hadn't left me for a single second. Specifically, she was staring at my forehead, then back at the perfectly shaped crater in the robot's chest. The curve of the dent matched my skull perfectly. She sheathed her sword, the silver light fading from her hands. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief and a strange, intense curiosity. It was the pure curiosity of a martial artist toward raw power. Liu Beichen kept up his solo performance, but the surrounding workers just looked at each other, not daring to speak. They had all seen what happened. This S-rank genius had walked up to pat the robot on the shoulder and got pimp-slapped into the trash in a single second. Protecting the workers? Buddy, you were flying in the opposite direction. Shun Hanyuan drifted down from the air, landing so softly he didn't make a sound. 1 second he was a godlike master, but as he jogged toward the ruined robot, his dignified mask crumbled instantly. "Oh, my ancestors," he cried, leaning over the robot and slapping his thigh in agony. "This is a top-of-the-line model. 8 million. Do you know what 8 million means? Just a scratch on this alloy armor costs 100,000 to buff out. Which son of a bitch did this?" The workers were stunned. "Weren't you just a celestial being a moment ago? How did you turn into a penny pincher the second money got involved?" Asterisk. Shin Qingzi rubbed her temples, looking embarrassed. "Dad, stop it. Stop it. Look at this hole." Shin Hanyuan pointed at the chest plate, his voice cracking. "Who hit this? Who smashed my machine?" He followed the curve of the crater, his gaze moving past his daughter and landing on me. I was still leaning forward in my headbutt stance, my legs buried deep in the cracked concrete like 2 iron pillars. The spotlight shifted. Shin Hanyuan stood up, his heartbreak replaced by sharp suspicion. He had arrived late, but he'd been watching from the balcony since the sound of the first metal collision. A Tier 1 black iron? An F-grade talent? Taking a full-speed charge from a 2.4-ton Tier 3 mech and smashing the armor with his head? He'd lived a long time, and he didn't believe in fairy tales. Whether this kid was F-grade or S-grade, this wasn't something a Tier 1 could do. Unless he was a plant sent by an enemy. Shin Hong Yuan's face darkened. He marched toward me, his voice cold. "You're the one who broke my robot." As he spoke, he released an invisible wave of mental pressure. He controlled it perfectly, just enough to make a real black iron warrior kneel and a silver-level warrior tremble. For a Tier 1 kid, it should have been enough to force out his true energy fluctuations. The moment that pressure hit me, my head buzzed. It wasn't that I couldn't handle it. It was that my senses were sharp enough to detect the killing intent hidden within the test. This old man was probing me. If I stood up now with a calm face, showing composure that didn't match a Tier 1, I wouldn't get a reward. I'd get a death sentence. I had to act. And I had to make it look even more real than before. I didn't think twice. I let my eyes roll back into my head. I didn't hesitate. I let my eyes roll back into my head, and my 850-kilogram body crashed straight backward. A dull thud echoed as I hit the ground. The cracked concrete buckled again, forming a fresh crater beneath me. Dust exploded into the air. I clutched my head, rolling back and forth on the ground, letting out a blood-curdling shriek. "It hurts. It hurts so much," I screamed, my voice cracking with effort. "My head is splitting. It's too heavy. I can't stop it." I put every ounce of effort into the performance. My throat felt raw, but I didn't stop. Shin Qingxi's expression shifted instantly. She rushed forward, shielding me with her body. "Dad, this has nothing to do with him. He saved my sister. He saved everyone." Her voice was frantic, a note of desperation creeping in that she didn't even seem to notice. The short-haired woman was the next to react. She scrambled over on all thirst, throwing herself in front of me like a human shield. Boss, it wasn't him. This kid took the hit for me. If he hadn't stepped in, I'd be a meat patty right now. Even Scarface Lee, dragging his battered body and struggling to breathe with his damaged lung, crawled over to stand by my side. Shin Hanyuan froze for a second. He retracted the suffocating pressure and took 2 steps closer, squatting down. I kept up the act, sobbing and clutching my head until snot was literally running down my face. Just then, Lu Feng came running over, panting for breath. He took one look at the scene, nodded to the boss, and leaned into Shun Hongyuan's ear. He whispered rapidly, reporting the data he'd gathered. Secondary mutation. Bone density reaching iron grade levels. His file says the side effect is osteoporosis, but the test data shows the exact opposite. His talent is devouring his own vitality to fuel lithification and abnormal growth. Shen Hongyuan's brow furrowed. He reached out and pressed his hand firmly onto my shoulder. The moment he touched me, his face changed. To the touch, it felt like human skin, soft, warm, and elastic. But the density and resilience beneath it were wrong. Completely wrong. He wasn't feeling the flesh and bone of an 18-year-old boy. He was pressing down on solid tungsten steel. Shen Hanyuan slowly stood up. He looked down at me as I continued to moan and groan, his shock fading into a look of profound, complex pity. He had seen cases like this before. Military archives recorded it. Certain low-level strengthening talents could undergo irreversible stoning mutations under extreme stress. The body's density would skyrocket, granting terrifying power far beyond the user's level, but the price was lethal. The flesh would lose all elasticity and vitality until the person became a literal stone statue. Most didn't live past 25. None made it to 30. Everyone, disperse, Shen Hongyuan said quietly, waving his hand at the gathered workers. His voice lacked its earlier edge. Take the rest of the day off. Full pay. He turned back to me, looking like he wanted to say something, but he only sighed. What a waste. Such strong bones, yet they belonged to a dying man. Within half an hour, the news of the human bomb, Su Ming, had spread through the city. I stayed face down on the ground, secretly letting out a long breath of relief. I'd sold the lie. Shun Hanyuan walked over to the wreckage of the rock robot. He knelt, his fingertips tracing the gaps in the shoulder armor. He paused for a second, feeling something, a faint, lingering trace of energy that didn't belong to the machine. A primordial wave. He stood up slowly and brushed the dust off his hands. He looked like a tired elder watching a bratty child cause trouble. Lu Xiao. Near the scrap pile, a disheveled figure trying to sneak away froze. It was Liu Beichen. Shen Hanyuan didn't release any pressure or move toward him. He simply stood his ground and snapped his fingers. Space itself seemed to congeal around Liu Beichen's limbs. He gasped, eyes wide with terror as he found himself pinned in place like a butterfly in a display case. Shun Hanyuan pulled over a broken folding chair, sat down heavily, and lit a cheap cigarette. Why the rush? We have some accounts to settle, don't we? The junkyard fell into a deathly silence. The wind whistled through the corrugated iron roof. Liu Beichen was drenched in cold sweat, his expensive combat suit shredded and his dislocated left arm throbbing with white-hot pain. He couldn't move an inch. On the other side of the pit, I was tired of lying down. I crawled up slightly, peeking out from behind a mountain of scrap metal. I kept this stoning pain expression on my face, but internally, I was ready for the show. If you're going to watch drama, you need a front row seat. But I couldn't just watch. I had to eat. I shifted into a more comfortable position, discreetly resting my left hand on a block of black iron weights nearby. Ding. Devoured high-purity black iron weight. Mass points plus 4.2. Sweet. Shun? Uncle Shun. Liu Beichen forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. This is all a misunderstanding. I swear. I didn't touch your robot. Its AI must be garbage. It just malfunctioned. I was trying to help, but I ended up getting hurt by that piece of junk myself. He lifted his dislocated arm, hissing in pain to make sure everyone saw he was a victim too. He kept glancing at Shun Qingzi, hoping for a shred of pity. I gave him a mental thumbs up. This guy was incredible. The first thing he did after crawling out of the trash was flip the script and blame the victim. and people thought my skin was thick. Asterisk ding. Devoured alloy drive shaft fragment. Mass points plus 3.6. Asterisk. Shin Han Yuan didn't say a word. He just flicked the ash from his cigarette. Seeing the silence, Liu Beichen's confidence actually started to grow. He straightened his back, his tone turning sharp and arrogant. Uncle Sean, to be honest, your safety measures here are pathetic. A military robot going rogue like that? What if it had hurt someone important today? My father is Liu Jinbong, a senior researcher at the Federal Research Institute. The Liu family in the capital has deep military ties. We can overlook this, but you owe me an explanation. Medical fees, mental distress compensation, that's the bare minimum. He cracked his neck, his eyes cold. Otherwise, one phone call to the capital and the Liu family will have the military auditing this scrap yard's license. I'd hate to see this place shut down. The sheer audacity of his threats made Scarface Lee and the others shake with rage. This brat had almost killed them, and now he was demanding money? But the names he dropped, the Liu family, the Federal Research Institute, carried more weight than the robot's fist. Shin Qingxi's grip tightened on her blade, the metal humming with her fury. She hated people like him, people who saw lives as disposable and truth as something to be bought. Shin Han Yuan flicked his ash again. He remained calm. Are you done? The two words were quiet, but Liu Beichen's mouth snapped shut instantly. Shin Han Yuan raised his right hand, pressing his index and middle fingers together. He rubbed them slightly, and a tiny, flickering spark of dark purple energy appeared above his fingertips, dancing like a ghost fire. When Liu Beichen saw that purple ripple, his face went deathly pale. This, Shin Han Yuan said casually, is what I pulled out of the armor plating on the rock robot's shoulder. The energy was pure. It carried the distinct signature of the Heart of Atoms, an S-rank special-type talent. Shin Han Yuan tilted his head, looking at Liu Beichen with a gaze that felt like a death sentence. He asked quietly, Xiao Liu, do you want to guess how many people within 500 kilometers of Jiang City can use this specific energy? His voice was flat, but the words hit Liu Beichen's chest like a sledgehammer. The brat's face paled, but he still tried to play it tough. He stiffened his neck, stammering that it was just residual energy from when he tried to defend himself against the robot. He claimed it didn't prove a thing. Shut up, Shin Qingxi snapped, her blade trembling as she pointed it directly between his eyes. I was standing right there when you bought that rock shoulder armor. Do you think I wasn't paying attention? She didn't stop there. She tore his mask off in front of everyone. She asked him exactly how long he had been standing on the second floor watching. She accused him of waiting by the railing, watching the robot go out of control and charge into the crowd, waiting for the casualties to mount just so he could jump down and play the savior. This hero saves the beauty script of yours, she spat, is absolutely disgusting. The crowd of workers erupted. Their anger turned into pure, unfiltered loathing. Every eye in the yard was pinned on Liu Beichen like a hot iron. His handsome face twisted, the mask of hypocrisy shattering completely. Driven by the arrogant pride of an S-rank genius, he chose the stupidest path possible. He stopped denying it. So what if I did it? He roared, his voice turning shrill and manic. The lives of a few low-life peasants and a pile of scrap metal are a small price to pay for my chance to be a hero. You commoners should feel honored. He turned his venom on Shin Han Yuan, threatening that if a single finger touched him, the Liu family would erase him from Jiang City. He bragged about his brother in the Research Institute and his father's power over military contracts. To him, we were all just ants. Shin Han Yuan's eyes turned ice cold. He was a veteran. In his day, he had broken plenty of spoiled brats who treated human life like a game. A terrifying, suffocating killing intent descended over the scrapyard. He didn't even stand up. He simply pressed his hand down through the air. There was a sudden, sharp crack. The space around Liu Beichen seemed to collapse. It was as if an invisible giant hand had slammed down on his head. His knees smashed into the concrete with a sickening thud. I heard his kneecaps shatter clearly. His screams echoed through the facility. Shin Han Yuan stood up, dropped his cigarette, and crushed it under his boot. He pulled out his phone and made a quick call to someone named Old Joe. He asked him to look into Liu Jinbong of the Liu family in the capital. He sounded like he was just chatting about the weather. Then he hung up. He looked down at the twitching, sobbing Liu Beichun with pure disdain. Killing a kid like this would only get his hands dirty. He started tallying the bill. 8 million for the robot, 2 million for lost labor, 1 million for emotional damages to his daughter, and another million for scaring the workers. 12 million federal credits, total. Lock him in the isolation room on the 5th basement level, Shun Hanyuan ordered. He doesn't leave until the money arrives. If they don't pay, let him rot here. Lu Feng, who had been itching to hit the guy, grinned. He grabbed Liu Beichun by the hair like a sack of trash and dragged him toward the main building. As they passed the scrap pile where I was lying, Liu Beichun's eyes met mine. They were full of poisonous resentment, a look that said, "I'll remember you." I felt a surge of annoyance. Why was he glaring at me? I didn't do anything. With the drama over, Shun Hanyuan scanned the wreckage of his yard. His gaze eventually landed on me. I was still perched on the pile of iron. Just a minute ago, I was supposed to be a dying boy gasping for breath. Now, I was sitting there with my chin in my hand, looking like a guy who had just finished a movie and was disappointed there wasn't a post-credit scene. Our eyes met. The air went silent. I realized I had completely blown my cover. My face twitched. I tried to pull my eyebrows together and force out a groan. Ow. Oh, the pain. Everything is breaking. Stop, Shen Hanyuan interrupted, his face darkening. Could you at least try to make it look real? I froze, my pain mask halfway finished. It was awkward, beyond awkward. I slid down from the scrap pile and brushed the dust off my pants. Shen Hanyuan gave me a dirty look before turning to the workers. He told them to keep their mouths shut, gave everyone the rest of the month off, and doubled their salaries. The yard went from silent to ecstatic in a second. Long live Boss Shun, they cheered. Even old Kai, with his broken ribs, sat up on his stretcher to give a thumbs up. In less than a minute, the place was empty. Only Shun Hanyuan, Shin Qingzi, and I remained. Shin Qingzi sheathed her blade. The cold, arrogant aura of an SS-rank genius vanished. She stood straight, her back like a spear, and gave me a deep, formal bow. "Thank you," she said. "If you hadn't held that hit, many people would have died today." She looked up, her eyes bright and clear. "My name is Shin Qingzi." She reached out her right hand. I knew her reputation. At the military academy, she was known for being ice cold. She didn't care about anything but her blade and her cultivation. She almost never initiated contact with anyone. Looking at her up close, she was undeniably beautiful, a mix of sharp military discipline and youthful grace. I wondered briefly if her punch would make me cry for a long time. I cleared my throat, wiped my palms on my faded school pants, and reached out. I didn't grab her hand. I just lightly brushed her fingertips with a gentlemanly touch and pulled back. I had to maintain my mysterious, aloof student persona. "You're welcome," I said, looking away with practiced indifference. Any man with strength would have done the same. I couldn't just stand by and watch my coworkers die. Shin Qingxi's hand hung in midair. Her fingertips were still tingling from the brief contact. It felt strange. Earlier, she had overheard her father talking to Lu Feng about my background. She knew I had an F-rank talent, a terminal genetic mutation called petrification. I was supposed to be a dead man walking with only a few years left to live. Yet, facing a fate that could end at any moment, and standing against a mechanical beast capable of crushing tanks, I had chosen to throw my life on the line. When I spoke about what a man with strength should do, there wasn't a hint of despair in my voice. She lowered her eyes and squeezed her hand, her knuckles tightening slightly. Suddenly, Shun Hanyuan strode over. He didn't look happy. "Kid, quit acting cool for a second," he said. He raised a finger and poked my forehead. "You crashed headfirst into a high-strength military anti-riot chassis and caused 17% structural damage. You're just a regular human. Where did all that kinetic energy come from? Explain yourself." The old man wasn't easy to fool. I scratched my head, acting hesitant. "Well, maybe I evolved again." "Evolved? Again?" he repeated, skeptical. "Yeah," I said, leaning into the lie. "I feel like I've gotten several times heavier. My bones are getting harder, too. The only problem is I'm constantly starving. Whenever I see high-density metal now, I feel a strange sense of kinship." I was dropping hints like anvils. I wanted to eat that iron. Shin Hong Yuan's eyebrow twitched. He clearly didn't buy my ridiculous story. Without any warning, he swung his right hand. His palm cut through the air like a blade, whistling with a sharp, lethal sound, and slammed directly into my left collarbone. It was too fast for the naked eye to follow. The force was enough to shatter C-class alloy armor. Clang. The impact sounded like a massive bronze bell ringing in an open field. I felt a surge of immense power hit my shoulder, sending me staggering back 2 steps. It didn't actually hurt, but the vibration left my neck feeling a bit numb. Shen Hongyuan stood his ground, his eyes fixed on my collarbone. There wasn't even a white mark on my skin. Instead, he was the one subtly shaking his hand. His palm was stinging. Asterisk monster. This kid is a pure monster. Asterisk. Now, he finally believed me. It wasn't a hidden talent or some external power-up. My physical density had truly reached a level that defied common sense. Since he was sure I wasn't an assassin sent by his enemies, he stopped prying. In this high martial world, everyone had secrets. The talent system had only existed for 200 years, and there were plenty of unexplainable freaks. However, as he looked at me, a boy as hard as a super alloy who might soon be crushed to death by his own weight, he felt a pang of regret. Such strong bones, yet they belonged to a dying man. He sighed and pulled a vial glowing with silver-green light out of thin air, tossing it to me. I caught it with both hands. I looked down and saw the red serial number of the Southern Military Region. It was military-grade, high-level life nutrient solution. It's for improving your constitution, Shun Hongyuan said flatly. I don't know if it'll help you, but give it a try. I slipped it into my pocket. Thanks, boss. Besides that, you saved everyone today, he said, clasping his hands behind his back. What do you want? Name it. Consider it a bonus. My eyes lit up. I wasn't about to turn down free stuff. Since the boss was offering, I had to ask big. My gaze drifted to the side. Shin Xingxi was standing 3 meters away, looking back at me. Our eyes met. She blinked. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the tin roof, catching her shoulder and making the silver blade emblem on her combat suit shimmer. I realized then that her eyelashes were actually quite long. She seemed uncomfortable under my gaze and glared back at me. I hadn't looked closely before, but despite being thin, my features were sharp and deep, giving me a sort of sickly, handsome look. The way you swung your blade just now, Miss Shin, you looked better than a Valkyrie in a recruitment video, I said. My voice was sincere, my eyes clear. Being able to fight alongside you was a true honor. The sudden, direct compliment caught her off guard. Shin Xingxi, who spent all her time training, turned bright red. She gave me an embarrassed, annoyed look, her ears burning. But, I continued, my tone shifting, an elder's gift cannot be refused. To say no would be disrespectful to you, boss. Shen Hongyuan's face darkened. Not only was I hitting on his daughter right in front of him, but I was also using it as leverage. He stepped between us, blocking my view of her completely. Talk to me, not her. Where are your eyes wandering? I hired you as an employee, and you want to be my son-in-law? Keep dreaming. I didn't panic. I looked him in the eye, calm and steady. Boss, I've made up my mind. What I want is Miss Shin's. Shin Xingxi's head started spinning. The heat spread from her ears down to her neck. How could I say something so bold in front of her father? We had just met today. She instinctively stepped back, her heart racing, stealing a glance at her father's profile. Shin Hongyuan's face was pitch black. The veins in his temples were throbbing, and his fists were clenching so hard they popped. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, I finished my sentence. Robot. That one. I pointed to the powered-down steel beast lying on the ground. Can I have it? A breeze blew a stray plastic bag between the 3 of us. The silence was deafening. The breath Shin Xingxi was holding got stuck in her throat, nearly making her choke. Her expression shifted from embarrassed red to pure fury in less than a second. She rolled her eyes, turned around, and marched away. Shen Hongyuan's fist stayed tight. He gritted his teeth. You really like dramatic pauses, don't you? I blinked innocently. What? I just felt like I had a connection with that robot. It was my first fight. I wanted it as a souvenir. He looked like he wanted to punch me. 8 million. This kid was asking for an $8 million machine. He was about to refuse when his phone vibrated. He pulled it out, and his expression changed instantly. A bold, Red combat readiness alert flashed on his screen. It was a pinned message from the Southern Military Region's Command Group, Class A warning. Abnormal movement at the Southern Abyss entrance. The rift expansion rate has increased by 3.7% over last month. Border troops have entered Level 2 combat readiness. Even though he was retired, he was still in the military sequence and stayed in the group. Every percentage point of expansion meant more abyss beasts and higher intensity. These creatures were far more terrifying and bizarre than typical mutated beasts. He glanced toward where Shin Qingxi had walked off. Her training mission was right at that southern abyss entrance. The robot, Rock, was supposed to be her bodyguard, but that idiot Liu Beichen had trashed it. Shun Hanyuan felt a surge of anger, wishing he could go back down to the basement and kick Liu again. He put his phone away and looked at me. I was still standing there, looking perfectly innocent. A bold, desperate idea started forming in his mind. I felt a chill run down my spine just looking at him. The old man's eyes looked wrong. I started wondering if he wanted to slice me up for a research project. You heard me just now, Shen Hanyuan said, standing with his hands behind his back. His tone became strictly professional. The Rock robot costs 8 million federal credits. It's a limited edition from the Federal Research Center. There are fewer than 20 in the entire country. Do you really think what you did today is worth 8 million? I knew exactly what he was doing. Forget 8 million. I wasn't even worth 800,000. I didn't actually expect him to give me the robot. I just wanted to set the anchor price ridiculously high so I could negotiate my way down. If I could just trade the robot for a job in the heavy materials sorting zone, I'd still be winning. I was busy figuring out how to lower my price gracefully when Shun Hanyuan spoke first. I can give it to you, he said. I froze. The speech I had prepared got stuck in my throat. Huh. But there's a condition. He stared at me. He didn't speak fast, but every word carried a weight that suggested there was no room for argument. The day after tomorrow, my daughter is going to the Southern Abyss entrance for a training mission. Rock was supposed to be her guard. Since it's trashed, you'll go with her and ensure her safety. The Abyss entrance. I had only seen that place in textbooks. Ordinary people called it the Abyss, but the older generation of Awakeners insisted on calling it the Primal Abyss. The name didn't matter. What mattered was that every entrance was a gray meat grinder where mutated beasts and primal beasts tore each other apart. Sending a black iron rank like me to a place like that sounded suicidal. But then I thought about it. Wasn't the college entrance exam all about combat experience? I could eat all the scrap metal in the junkyard, but it wouldn't fix my lack of real-world fighting skills. A trip to the Abyss might be exactly what I needed. Besides, I was curious. If I killed a beast, could my system devour it? Would it be more efficient than chewing on rusty iron? As for Shin Qingxi's long, SS rank legs, that definitely wasn't the point. I was a grown man. I couldn't be swayed by mere beauty. I mostly just wanted to conduct a close-range, low-angle academic observation of how a high-level Valkyrie utilized her hip and waist power during combat. It was purely for science. I wiped a bit of drool from the corner of my mouth. Boss Shun, it's not that I don't want to go. But you see my body. It's hard, sure, but I don't even know how long I can hold out. I looked around and lowered my voice like I was sharing a shameful secret. And I wasn't lying. I really do have a special connection with heavy metals. Shin Hanyuan raised an eyebrow. I gritted my teeth, looking like I was making a massive decision. Give me 1 day. Let me stay in the yard for 1 more day. I'm confident I can break through to bronze rank. I'll be much more useful in the Abyss then. Shin Hanyuan almost laughed out loud. Promoting to bronze in a day? Even a genius usually took a year to make that jump. But then he remembered the sensation of touching my shoulder earlier. I had been absorbing tungsten steel all day. The reports said my bone density was already at the refined iron level and was still skyrocketing. Normal logic didn't apply to a freakish mutation like mine. 1 day, I said, holding up a finger, and I have one small request. Speak. Tomorrow, I want to work in the heavy materials zone on the outskirts of the sorting area. There it is, Shun Hanyuan thought with a cold smile. After all that circling, this was what the kid really wanted. The heavy materials zone was filled with scrapped armor plates, mecha wreckage, and military-grade alloys. Any single piece weighed hundreds of kilograms. If my mutation really required high-density metal to sustain my life, that place was a pharmacy for me. We stared at each other for 3 seconds. Two foxes, one old and one young, both knowing exactly what the other was plotting. Shin Hanyuan blinked first. His daughter's talent was focused entirely on offense. She really did need a shield, someone tough enough and weird enough to protect her. He decided to gamble. Fine, he nodded. I agree. Tomorrow, for the whole day, you have full access to the outer yard and the heavy materials zone. He saw my eyes light up. And the robot is yours. He added one more thing. If you complete this mission well, I'll let you go into the hidden vault and pick one item when you return. The hidden vault? What's that? I asked instinctively. You'll find out if you come back alive, he said with a mysterious smile. We leave the day after tomorrow. The mission lasts 3 days. You'll be back just in time for the exam. I reached out my hand. Deal. We shook. It was that same feeling again. Normal skin on the surface, but a terrifying, high-density mass underneath. He let go and made a gesture toward the wreckage of rock. The 2.4-ton steel beast slowly drifted off the ground, suspended in the air. I've got it, I said. I walked over, wrapped my arms around the robot's waist, and braced my legs. With a sudden burst of power, I hauled the 2.5-ton machine into my arms. Shin Hong Yuan's pupils drifted in shock. I was stumbling a bit, but I was actually carrying it. It's not even that heavy. I grunted, my face turning bright red as I tried to act tough. Shin Hong Yuan sighed. What a freak. He had already given away 8 million today. Another million wouldn't hurt. He reached into the air and pulled out a dull silver bracelet, tossing it to me. A 10 cubic meter spatial bracelet. Military grade. Just hold it to your eye to record your iris. Being a top-tier space element awakener, creating a storage space was easy for him. I couldn't stop grinning. I was glad it was a high-tech military iris scan and not some drop of blood recognition system. With my current skin density, I probably couldn't even make myself bleed if I tried. I finished the registration and sucked the robot into the bracelet. I felt like I had reached the peak of my life. Watching me stow the robot, Shun Hanyuan looked like his heart was bleeding. 9 million credits gone in a single day. I put the bracelet on and gave him a sincere smile. Thanks, boss. I'll be here early tomorrow. I turned and bolted before he could change his mind. I left the junkyard humming a tune, heading toward the suburban market. I needed to treat myself. I found the usual long line at the flying leg fried rice stall. The shirtless big guy behind the wok was tossing rice so hard the sweat flying off him seemed to carry the heat of the fire. After a few minutes, it was my turn. Little brother, you're back. The cook recognized me instantly. The usual? Extra eggs, extra ham. And add a portion of meat, I said. I'm in a good mood today. He didn't stop moving the wok as he chatted. The big exam is coming up, right? Yeah. Once it's over, I guess you'll be closing up this stall for a while. That's right. He grinned, showing a row of white teeth. I'm not the one going to college, though. I failed 3 years in a row and gave up long ago. He scooped the rice into a box and added a spoonful of homemade chili sauce. It's my sister. She's taking the exam this year. Once she's done, I'm taking her to the imperial capital. I've been saving her tuition money at this stall for 2 years. I took the box and started eating. It tasted better than usual. So, what's your sister's talent rank? The cook wiped his sweat and gave a proud, mysterious smile. S rank. I was halfway through a massive mouthful of rice and nearly choked. S rank support? I coughed, barely managing not to spray rice everywhere. I slammed my hand against my chest and stared at him, my eyes nearly popping out of my head. Big brother, are you serious? Your family has an S rank talent, and you're still here tossing rice. In the Federation, S rank talents were like phoenix feathers, rare and incredibly precious. Any organization would treat them like royalty. If his sister really was an S rank, him running a street stall was like a billionaire's brother spending his days applying screen protectors for tips under a bridge. It was beyond ridiculous. Hey, I'm just used to it, the cook said, resting his wok on the burner. I've loved working since I was a kid. If I sit still, I get restless. My sister is at school, so I come out here to keep myself busy. I went back to shoveling rice into my mouth. This guy's mindset was on another level. Curiosity got the better of me, even though I knew I was stepping into a social minefield. Asking someone about their specific talent was like asking for their bank PIN. So, what kind of talent does she have? I asked. He didn't seem to mind. He leaned in close, looking like he was about to share the world's biggest secret. It's related to luck, he whispered. I stopped chewing. Luck-related. My mind immediately flashed to a girl I knew, Lu Ruyan. Her talent was also luck-based, but she was only in A rank. A luck-based S rank was terrifying. In the Federation's records, anything involving fate or destiny made people's skin crawl. Those were the hardest abilities to counter. I swallowed the last bite of rice. What's her name? Lin Wanner, he said, his face glowing with more pride than if he'd been talking about himself. I burned that name into my memory, scanned the QR code to pay, and stood up. See you later, brother. You bet. Next time you're in the Imperial capital, the fried rice is on me. He waved his spatula, the smell of smoke and spices trailing behind me as I walked toward my rental. I had real work to do tonight. Back in my room, I locked the door and sat cross-legged on my thin mattress. I pulled up the system panel. My current mass was 844.5 kilograms, and I had 32.7 mass points saved up. I was only 155.5 kilograms away from reaching the 2-star bronze rank. I looked at the spatial storage ring on my finger. Inside sat the rock combat robot, worth 8 million federal credits. It weighed 2.4 tons and was made of high-density military alloy. I swallowed hard. I wasn't a collector, and I wasn't going to sell it for parts. This thing was fuel. With a thought, the wreckage of the robot materialized. Boom! 2.5 tons of steel slammed into the concrete floor. The entire building shook. I winced, knowing the neighbors downstairs were probably cursing my name again. I walked over to the robot and pressed my left palm against the cold chest plate, right where I had punched a dent into it earlier. Devour, I whispered. A suction force like a black hole erupted from my palm. This felt different than the scrap metal from before. The textbook and the dumbbell had been like snacks. This felt like biting into a thick, juicy steak. It was dense and satisfying. The silver armor disintegrated. It didn't turn to dust or make a sound. It just collapsed into itself. The alloy skeleton went first, followed by the hydraulic systems and the core power module. Everything, the precision chips, the bolts, the welds, was compressed and pulled into my palm. In less than a minute, the floor was empty. Not a single speck of dust remained. A notification popped up, * devoured high-density alloy robot. Mass points plus 2400, *. My heart hammered against my ribs. 2,400 points? Boss Shun, I didn't waste a single cent of your 8 million. My balance was now 2,432.7 points. I didn't hesitate. I dumped 155.5 points into my mass immediately. My real mass broke the 1,000 kilogram mark. I had over 2,200 points left, but I decided to save them. * ding. Progress 100%. Conditions for 2-star bronze rank met. Level up now? *. Yes, I muttered. The change was more violent than I expected. A surge of heat exploded from my bone marrow. My body felt like a piece of raw iron being tossed into a forge. My bones roared, their density jumping an entire order of magnitude in a single breath. Muscle fibers tore, rearranged, and wove themselves back together. Every cell was being forcibly refined. My senses sharpened. I could count the dust particles floating in the air. I could hear the old lady next door muttering to herself. Crack. The concrete floor groaned under my feet, spiderweb cracks spreading from where I stood. * level up complete. Current rank, 2-star bronze. Real mass, 1,000 kg, *. I squeezed my fist. I was now a 1-ton human being. I still looked like a lean, 185-centimeter tall teenager, but my density was nearly double that of solid steel. However, something was wrong. My life form status still said basic mortal. System? Is this a bug? I called out. I'm a 2-star bronze. Why am I still a basic mortal? The system responded coldly. Life form classifications are based on the laws of the universe, not this world's awakening ranks. To reach the second life form, your real mass must reach 100 tons. 100 tons? I was at 1 ton now. I still needed 99 more. 3 days ago, I was only 70 kilograms. Going from that to a ton in 3 days was already a miracle. Looking back, 100 tons didn't seem like an impossible dream anymore. The road was long, but as long as I kept eating, I'd get there. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves. System shop unlocked, a mechanical voice announced. 3 skill icons, glowing with a cold metallic light, appeared in my vision. The 3 skill icons sat there, lined up in front of me. I tapped into the store interface. It was minimalist, almost cold. There were no flashy effects, no limited time offer pop-ups, and definitely no first-time buyer discounts. It was ruthless. No bargaining allowed. Under each icon, a single line of text glowed with a heavy price tag, 2,000 mass points. I scanned the first one, Mass Dominion. It offered total control over the laws of my own mass and density. Every strike would generate kinetic energy equal to 1.5 times my total mass, with a 30% chance to trigger full true damage. I moved to the second, Mass Restraint. This would suppress my perceived weight to that of a normal human. It only changed how the ground reacted to me and how others perceived my weight. It didn't weaken my actual power or explosive potential. Finally, I looked at the third one, which practically radiated explosive energy, Mass Engine. It allowed for the instantaneous compression and release of muscle fibers, converting my massive weight into extreme directional thrust. 0 to 60 in a heartbeat. Instant top speed. System, are you serious with these prices? My lip twitched. I looked at my pathetic balance and felt my heart sink. 2,000 points for one. That meant 6,000 for all 3. How long would that take me to save up? I was an adult now. I didn't want to choose. I wanted them all. My balance sat at 2,277.2 points. I could only afford one. After buying it, I'd be left with a measly 277 points. This damn system was definitely doing this on purpose. It let me get rich overnight just to dangle these astronomical prices in front of me. This wasn't a coincidence. It was a calculated shakedown. I looked down at the concrete floor beneath me, which was already spiderwebbed with cracks. Mass Restraint was a must-buy. Right now, I was a walking demolition crew. If I didn't buy it, I'd crush everything I stepped on. One trip to the mall, and I'd be paying off-property damage for the rest of my life. More importantly, this was about my future happiness as a man. I thought of Xinqingzi and her incredible, long legs. If a spark ever flew between us, it wouldn't be a sweet romance. It would be a homicide. I couldn't have that. Her legs were for admiring, not for testing my body's hardness. I shook my head violently, trying to clear those horrific images from my mind. But as I stared at Mass Dominion, my eyes lit up. I was durable, sure, but my attack methods were too simple. A 1.5 times kinetic energy multiplier? Every basic punch would hit like a fully loaded heavy SUV at top speed. Add that 30% true damage, and it was terrifying. Then there was the third icon, Mass Engine. My gaze turned wild. A high-burst skill. A man doesn't have to be handsome, but he absolutely cannot be slow. What's scarier than a 1-ton block of steel? A 1-ton block of steel with a rocket booster. It felt like I was spitballing in the face of physics. A heavy tank that drives like a supercar. The heavier I got, the faster I'd go. If Newton wanted to complain, he could try pushing up his own coffin lid. I started imagining the cool lines I'd say after a fight. I'd be unstoppable. But then reality hit. I was rich in potential, but poor in points. I crouched down, hands on my knees, my eyes darting between the 3 icons. My left, I wanted Dominion. My right, I wanted the engine, and my peripheral vision was stuck on restraint. I felt like a housewife in a supermarket aisle, paralyzed by which laundry detergent to pick. I grabbed a pen and paper. I tore off 3 strips and wrote, stronger, better, faster. I crumpled them into balls and shook them in my hand. 3 paths. 3 completely different styles. Dominion was raw power. Restraint was the ultimate disguise. Engine was the element of surprise. I needed to know which one I truly required for the upcoming Rift entrance. I closed my eyes and tossed the paper balls into the air. I lunged to catch one. Boom. The floor gave way. I crashed through the concrete, my lower half dangling into the apartment below. I nearly kicked a hole through the neighbor's ceiling. 2 of the paper balls were blown away by the shockwave. Only one remained, fluttering down slowly until it landed right on my face. I hung there, stuck in the floor, lime dust falling from the ceiling below. I peeled the paper off my forehead and stared at the single word for 5 seconds. Fast. Mass engine. My brain stalled. I had imagined so many outcomes. If I'd gotten Dominion, I would have walked into that rift tomorrow and slapped the boss so hard its defense would shatter. Even that S-rank Zhao Kuo would be nothing but a disappearing health bar. If I'd gotten restraint, I could have followed Shin Qingzi around like a harmless puppy before saving the day. But I got the engine. A pure burst sprint skill. I wasn't trying to win an Olympic gold medal. I shoved the paper ball into a crack in the floor. I shouldn't have trusted fate. I grabbed the edges of the hole to pull myself out. I gave it a hard tug. Crack. The floor split another 2 inches. I sank deeper. Great. Fantastic. I froze. The old lady downstairs started her first round of screaming and cursing. It took me 3 minutes to pull myself out like a stubborn radish. I broke 2 more floor tiles in the process. I ignored the neighbors yelling. I stared at the remains of the paper ball. Fine. I had 2,277 points. I only had enough for one. A poor man doesn't get a second draw. I started thinking. Mass engine. Instant top speed. If force equals mass times acceleration, and my mass was 1 ton with maximum acceleration. I paused. If I was a ton now, I was a cannonball. What about when I reached 10 tons? Or 100? The heavier I got, the more monstrous the engine became. This wasn't just putting a rocket on a tractor. It was putting a catapult on a growing meteor. The catapult stayed the same, but the meteor just kept getting deadlier. I squeezed my fist, a slow grin spreading across my face. It wasn't the optimal choice, but it wasn't a loss either. I was a bullet. My caliber was just a little small for now. I opened the shop and locked my gaze on the mass engine icon. It didn't feel like I was buying a god-tier skill. It felt like I was signing a contract with the devil. I took the plunge and hit exchange. Asterisk ding. Consume 2,000 mass points to exchange for mass engine? Asterisk, yes. The numbers on my panel plummeted instantly. 2,277.2 down to 277.2. 2,000 points. Just like that, they were gone. My heart took a hard, painful skip. Those 2,000 mass points represented over a ton of raw matter. It was the blood, sweat, and iron I'd spent 2 days scavenging from the scrapyard. It was the remains of that $8 million rock combat suit. All of it had evaporated in a single breath. The feeling was more jarring than the old lady downstairs poking a broomstick through my ceiling. But a second later, a cold stream of information slammed into my brain like an avalanche. It wasn't text or images. It was a complete set of muscle memories, carved directly into my nervous system. I felt the power route, every muscle fiber compressing to its limit in milliseconds, every joint locking at a precise angle. Force flowed from the soles of my feet, through my hips, up my spine to my shoulders, and finally focused into a single point of impact. The whole process took less than a heartbeat. This wasn't just acceleration, it was an explosion. It was the internal combustion of an engine, intake, compression, ignition, and power, all in one go. My body was the cylinder, and my mass was the fuel. The heavier I got, the more violent the blast. The regret in my eyes vanished. I clenched and unclenched my fists. My muscles tightened and released instinctively. It felt like someone had forcibly installed a high-performance motor inside me, waiting for a single thought to turn the key. Worth it, I whispered through gritted teeth. I might be broke, but the ceiling for this skill was way higher than I'd imagined. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a silver-green tube. It was marked with a red serial number from the Southern Military District, military-grade high-order life nutrient. Shen Hongyuan had given it to me. I'd planned to save it for an emergency, but I'd just broken through to bronze rank. My foundation was shaky, and my cells hadn't fully adapted to my new density level. I was heading into the abyss the day after tomorrow. I didn't have time to let my body adjust naturally. I popped the cap and downed it. The moment it hit my throat, I realized I'd underestimated the stuff. This wasn't a nutrient, it was liquid magma. A searing wave of heat exploded from my esophagus and branched out into my limbs. My bones creaked. My joints popped. Even my teeth started to chatter. I curled up on the floor like a shrimp, veins bulging across my forehead like tiny snakes writhing under the skin. My bone marrow felt like it was boiling. Thick, ink-black impurities were forced out from the depths of my skeleton and instantly incinerated by the violent medicinal force. Cells shattered and were immediately rebuilt by pure energy. A gray, viscous liquid began to seep out of my pores. 18 years of metabolic waste from a mundane human body being forcibly purged. The process lasted nearly 10 minutes. I collapsed on the floor, covered in a layer of foul-smelling grime. I looked like I'd just crawled out of a sewer. I bit my lips so hard it bled, but I didn't make a sound. As the pain faded, I slowly stood up. I still weighed a ton, but the feeling was different. Before, I was a man carrying a ton on his back. Now, I was a pilot sitting inside a 1-ton machine. I walked to the bathroom and cranked the faucet. Cold water blasted away the disgusting sludge. I looked up into the cracked mirror above the sink and froze. For a second, I didn't recognize myself. My skin had changed. Before, I had the pale, sickly look of someone suffering from chronic malnutrition. Now, I had a healthy, even complexion, tough and glowing. My jawline was sharper. My features were the same, but the vibe was entirely different. I used to look like a fragile piece of art on a shelf. Now, I looked like a sharpened blade. My eyes had changed the most. Before, my cold look was an act I had to maintain. Now, that coldness was built in, deep, bright, and sharp enough to see through anything. I stared at the mirror for 3 seconds. Damn. I turned 30 degrees to the left. Handsome. 30 degrees to the right. Still handsome. I tilted my head back 45 degrees. Okay, that angle was just unfair. For the first time, I felt a sense of crisis about my looks. It wasn't that I wasn't handsome enough, it was that I was too handsome. The kind of handsome that gets you secretly recorded by strangers on the street. I turned off the tap and squeezed my fist. No sound from the floor. No cracks. I could feel every muscle and bone with perfect precision. I had regained control over this high-precision instrument. It weighed a ton, but I could drive it. I'd still leave footprints, but at least I wouldn't fall through the floor with every step. Probably. I walked out of the bathroom and surveyed my ruined rental. The floor was cracked, the bed was gone, and a piece of the ceiling was dangling by a thread. The room looked like a demolition crew had visited. I laid my thin mattress by the bathroom door and sat down cross-legged. I had 277.2 points left. If I spent all of tomorrow devouring metal in the heavy fog zone, plus the daily 1% mass increase from my passive ability, how heavy would I be by the time we left for the abyss? I did the math in my head and smiled. It would be enough. Enough to be a solid shield for Shinshinzi. I lay down. The floorboards under the mattress gave a terrifying groan. I froze instantly. I stayed perfectly still in an awkward position, terrified that if I moved, the old lady downstairs would climb through the hole in her ceiling to kill me. I fell asleep like that, stiff as a board. At 5:17 a.m., before the alarm could even think about going off, my eyes snapped open. Second stage bronze. 3 hours of sleep was all I needed for a full recovery. I got up, threw on my only jacket that wasn't torn to shreds, and pushed open the door. The morning air was cold, smelling of grass and dew. I headed toward the wasteland outside the city. My foot came down on a concrete step, and it shattered under my weight. The troubles of the strong are truly simple. I used to be afraid of people stepping on me. Now, I was afraid of accidentally destroying the road everyone else walked on. It took me forever to get from my rental to the actual wilderness. I felt like I was walking a tightrope. Every step had to be tested with my toes before I slowly lowered my ton of weight onto it. I didn't want to leave supernatural footprints on the municipal highway and end up as the city's top news story. Finally, the last buildings vanished behind the horizon. The concrete turned into a bumpy dirt road. I let out a long breath. I'd chosen an abandoned quarry. There wasn't a soul for miles, and the ground was made of solid rock, perfect for what I needed to do. I found a flat area and opened my system panel. I could feel the power inside me. That 1 ton of mass kept my muscles and bones in a state of high tension, like a cylinder packed with high explosive fuel. The mass engine was the spark. I was a human cannonball waiting to be fired. I cracked my neck and looked at a pile of rubble a kilometer away. Behind it stood a lone, massive granite pillar, 5 stories high. It looked like a section of a fortress wall. "You'll do," I muttered. But just as I was about to start the engine, shadows moved at the edge of the quarry. Several pairs of eerie green eyes lit up in the darkness. Foul, salty saliva dripped from sharp fangs. It was a pack of mutated stray dogs that prowled the wasteland. They had caught the scent of a human. Silently, they closed in from 3 directions, treating this lean, tasty-looking teenager as an easy breakfast delivered to their doorstep. I didn't care about them. My entire focus was concentrated on the muscles in my thighs. It was a strange sensation. I could clearly see every bundle of muscle fiber, how they were arranged, and how they contracted. I didn't need a running start. I didn't need to build momentum. I only needed a single thought. Ignite. There was no earth-shattering roar. I just whispered the command in my mind. Boom. The hard rock beneath my feet didn't stand a chance. It didn't even buffer the impact. The ground simply collapsed half a meter deep, leaving a perfect circular crater. Fragments of stone shot out in a ring like bullets. The mutated dogs, who were just about to pounce, didn't even have time to howl. They were shredded by the stone shrapnel, falling to the ground and shaking like sieves. They were completely terrified. But I wasn't done. The start was already the peak. My body vanished from the spot. A visible white sonic boom cloud erupted behind me. A terrifying shockwave swept outward, sending those unlucky dogs flying like broken ragdolls for dozens of meters. Within the first 0.01 seconds of my sprint, my vision blurred completely. The entire world stretched into long, high-speed streaks of color. I couldn't tell the sky from the ground. Holy crap, this speed. My eyes felt like they were looking through a kaleidoscope. My mind went blank. Only one thought flashed repeatedly. Too fast. It was so fast that my neural reaction time couldn't keep up. I was leaving my own senses behind. The shrill crack of the sonic boom finally caught up, echoing across the quarry. Rubble tumbled down. The air friction against my 1-ton body created a pungent, burnt smell. I couldn't even feel my limbs. I felt like I had been stuffed into a cannon and fired. I was a human, dark-colored, high-density cannonball. My target was straight ahead. A 5-story granite pillar 1 kilometer away. Stop! Stop! How do I stop? I screamed in my head, but my body wouldn't listen. Damn it! This mass engine didn't come with brakes. In the less than 1 second it took for my brain to process this, the massive pillar zoomed in. It was over. I was going to hit it. The next second, a thunderous explosion ripped through the quarry. The echoes rolled over each other. That giant granite pillar, which had a compression strength of 100 tons, felt like wet tissue paper in front of me. There was no resistance. I punched right through it. I slammed into the lower middle section of the rock and burst out the other side. Behind me, I left a circular hole 2 meters wide, its edges melted smooth as a mirror. My kinetic energy still wasn't spent. Like a bullet passing through a target, I plowed into the rubble pile behind it, carving a trench nearly 100 meters long and several meters deep. Finally, amidst a cloud of flying sand and stone, I ran out of momentum and stopped. The quarry fell into a deathly silence. The edges of the hole in the granite glowed a burnt red from the sudden high temperature and pressure, wisps of green smoke rising into the air. A few seconds later, a hand reached out tremblingly from the rubble. I crawled out, covered in dust, and slumped onto the ground. I gasped for air. My cheap jacket had been incinerated by the friction, leaving only a few charred rags hanging off me. I looked at the tunnel I had just punched through the rock. Then I looked at my perfectly unharmed body. A chill ran down my neck. This was beyond ridiculous. It was terrifyingly strong, but the flaw was just as fatal. Once I ignited, I became a projectile that could only travel in a straight line. I couldn't change direction. I couldn't dodge. I couldn't even see where I was going. If I fought someone like this, they'd only need to step half a meter to the side, and I'd turn into a human torch slamming headfirst into a wall. This skill had a serious problem. I frowned, sinking into thought. On the other side of the quarry, the few surviving dogs dragged their broken bodies away, tails between their legs, fleeing as if they'd seen a ghost. As I climbed out of the pit, I had only one thought: do it again. I stood up and brushed the stone dust off my skin. I looked back at the granite pillar 100 meters away. The morning sun shone through the hole I'd made. The edges still shimmered with that dark red, glass-like glow. That was 100-ton grade granite, and I had walked right through it. I clenched my fists. I felt something burning in my veins. It wasn't pain. It was excitement. The destructive power was fine. The problem was control. That first shot was a pure straight line. From the start to the impact to the trench, I was a bullet. Fixed direction. No deviation. I couldn't even stop if I wanted to. But what if I could tilt just a little during the sprint? I didn't need a sharp turn. Even 5 or 10 degrees would be enough to bypass a pillar or an obstacle in a fight. My 1-ton body had terrifying inertia, sure. But I was at the Bronze 2 rank now. My muscle fibers had been restructured. Their strength was far beyond normal. In theory, if I used my hips and waist at the moment of the sprint, like a sprinter leaning into a curve, I should be able to make micro-adjustments. I scanned the quarry. My eyes skipped over the scattered rubble and locked onto a perfect test route. 200 meters ahead stood a lone, 3-meter-thick abandoned stone pillar. 500 meters behind, that was the natural mountain wall of the quarry's north side. The plan was simple. Ignite toward the pillar. At the last second, use my waist to force an extreme dodge. Loop around the pillar and continue toward the mountain wall. If I could do that, this skill was salvageable. I cracked my neck. My joints popped. I planted my feet, lowered my center of gravity, and let my 1-ton mass sink into the rock. The power path of the mass engine mapped itself out in my mind. Muscle fibers compressed to the limit. Joints locked. Power flowed from my soles to my hips, up my spine, and into my shoulders. This time, I gave myself an extra command. When approaching the pillar, turn the right foot out 15 degrees. Twist the hips to the left. Force a lateral separation. It worked in theory. I gritted my teeth. Ignite. The rock beneath me didn't just crack, it disintegrated. Another half-meter crater appeared. Stone fragments hissed through the air. A sonic boom bloomed like a white flower behind me. I vanished. A visible vacuum trail tore through the air of the quarry. Once again, my vision dissolved into a blur of high-speed color. I was ready this time. I fought back the rising nausea and locked my eyes on the stone pillars zooming toward me. 200 meters. 100 meters. The 3-meter-thick gray mass grew until it filled my entire field of vision. Now, I sent the command to every muscle fiber in my body. Right foot out. Hips twist left. Shift the center of gravity. My body tried to obey. My muscles screamed with the effort. But 1,000 kilograms of mass moving at near-sonic speed created a level of inertia that defied logic. My muscles wanted to turn, but the laws of the universe said no. Newton wasn't in the mood to negotiate. My upper body tilted a measly 3 degrees, but my legs remained locked on their original trajectory. I was twisted like a piece of deformed dough, hurtling forward in a pose that was as ridiculous as it was dangerous. I hit the stone pillar head-on. The pillar didn't even last half a second. It shattered into a cloud of gray dust and flying debris. I tore through the rubble without losing a single bit of momentum. The mountain wall 500 meters ahead rushed toward me at a terrifying speed. I didn't even have time to finish a curse in my head. The entire quarry shook. It wasn't a figure of speech. The ground actually trembled. I slammed face first into the mountain wall like a human battering ram. 1,000 kilos of pure mass backed by sonic kinetic energy carved a 2-meter-deep hole into the solid granite. Cracks spider-webbed across the cliff face, covering 10 meters in every direction. Rocks tumbled down, clattering against the ground for a long time. When the dust finally settled, there was a perfect human-shaped crater in the cliff's side. I was wedged inside it, limbs splayed out, my face pressed hard against the cold, jagged stone. I didn't move for 10 seconds. I tried to wiggle my left hand. It wouldn't budge. I was buried too deep, the rock gripping my shoulders and elbows like hardened cement. I gritted my teeth and threw everything I had into a single surge of strength. My left arm snapped out of the rock, bringing a massive chunk of granite with it. Then the right arm. Then my legs. I popped out of the wall and landed hard on but in the pile of rubble. I sat there, breathing heavily, and looked down at myself. My clothes were gone. Shredded. Nothing but a belt was left hanging on my waist. But my skin was perfectly fine. Not a scratch. Not even a red mark. A ton of density combined with my bronze-tier skin made me tougher than the mountain I just leveled. I stared at the human-shaped hole in the cliff for 3 seconds, then I started yelling. System, this mass engine you sold me. It can't turn. The system's cold voice echoed in my mind. The mass engine provides extreme directional thrust. The vector is determined at the moment of ignition. Once initiated, it cannot be changed. So you're saying I can only go in a straight line? Correct. You knew this the whole time. I almost punched the ground, but I stopped myself. I didn't want to trigger a landslide and end up on the news tomorrow. 2,000 mass points. I had scrimped and saved, sacrificing 8 million credits worth of robots, all for a suicide skill that turned me into a runaway train. If my enemy moved even half a step to the side, I'd just end up flattening myself against a wall. I want a refund, I snapped. Look up consumer rights. 7-day return policy for items that don't match the description. The system mall does not support returns or exchanges. My chest felt tight. Great. Just great. I stood up and brushed the dust off my rear. 2,000 points, gone in a flash. But then, the system pinged again. It explained that my current muscle fibers weren't strong enough to fight the inertia of my own weight at those speeds. Once the host reaches silver rank, the system continued. The shop will unlock the companion skill for the mass engine. A dark gold icon appeared on my mental interface, glowing with silver light. The name, Inertial Drift. The description was a single line. While moving at high speeds, use mass as an anchor to reconstruct the inertia vector, allowing for instant directional shifts and path changes. My pupils shrunk. It wasn't about braking or slowing down to turn. It was about rewriting the laws of motion mid-sprint. If the mass engine turned me into a cannonball, inertial drift would turn me into a guided missile. I rubbed my face, trying to push down my frustration. I couldn't stop thinking. The mass engine was a straight-line burst. It was peak speed from the first millisecond. I could punch through granite with my bare chest. The destructive power was insane, borderline broken. It had a massive weakness, sure. No turning, no braking. Once I pulled the trigger, I was a projectile. But the tactical value wasn't zero. In a narrow hallway, a tunnel, or a canyon, there was nowhere to run. A ton of solid human hitting you at the speed of sound would turn anyone in S-rank armor into a pancake. It was a one-hit kill move. It wasn't for a long fight. It was for erasing the enemy from the board before they even knew the game had started. I looked around at the wreckage I'd caused. 2 massive craters, a shattered pillar, a hole in the mountain, and 200-meter-long trenches in the dirt. It looked like a tactical nuke had gone off. I need to check the price of the property before I fight, I muttered. If I did this in the city, I'd be in debt for the rest of my life. None of that mattered for now. To get that drift skill, I needed to reach silver rank. That meant my real mass had to hit 10,000 kilograms. I was currently sitting at just over 1,000, with a measly balance of 277 points. I was a long way off. But Shun Hanyuan had promised me access to the heavyweight zone today. That wasn't just small parts and screws. That was armored plates, mech wreckage, and military-grade alloys. Tons and tons of high-purity metal were waiting for me to devour them. Devouring a single scrap in the heavyweight zone was worth more than a whole day's work in the sorting area. I turned and headed toward the exit of the quarry, the rising sun just breaking over the horizon. It cast my shadow long and lean against the dirt. In the distance, the towering chimneys of the Spark waste processing plant and the massive mountains of steel scrap shimmered with a cold, metallic luster in the morning light. I licked my lips. Today, I was going to eat this place bone dry. When I stepped through the factory gates in my fresh school uniform, the entire sorting area went silent. Scarface Lee, who was mid-shout while assigning tasks, choked on his words. His eyes bulged like copper bells. Yesterday, I had been a pale, sickly kid who looked like he had 1 foot in the grave. Now, I was a different person. I was still 6'1", lean and fit, but my aura had completely transformed. My skin had a healthy, jade-like glow, and my features looked like they'd been chiseled by a master sculptor. My eyes were deep and bright, carrying a sharp, calm intensity. Yesterday, I was a fragile antique behind glass. Today, I was a blade that had finally been sharpened. Holy crap, Little Sue, a worker who had talked to me yesterday, dropped his wrench with a loud clang. Is that really you? Did you take some kind of beauty pill? I thought they said your secondary mutation was killing you. You look healthier than all of us combined. A short-haired woman nearby looked me up and down, clicking her tongue in awe. Little Sue, if you walked through the red light district looking like that, those rich older women would go absolutely feral for you. I kept my face cold and indifferent, acting like the aloof top student who didn't care about the noise. Inside, though, I was loving it. I felt incredibly smug. That nutrient solution was worth every penny. This upgrade wasn't just about power. My looks had leveled up too. I even thought about Lu Ruyan's icy face. If she saw me now, would she regret leaving? Probably. But it didn't matter. Even if she came crawling back on her knees, I wouldn't give her a second glance. My good life was just beginning. Hey, what are you all staring at? Scarface Lee snapped out of it, clearing his throat to hide his embarrassment. Get back to work. Little Sue, you, come with me. He led me toward the entrance of the heavyweight zone. This area was guarded by a heavy metal security gate flanked by soldiers with live ammunition. Their expressions were grim. The boss gave the word. You have full access today, Scarface Lee said, pointing to the gate. But there's one rule. All spatial storage equipment has to be taken off and put in those lockers. It's a military regulation to prevent theft. I nodded. I pulled off my dark silver spatial bracelet and tossed it into the locker without a second thought. I didn't need it anyway. My own body was the best storage space in existence. As I passed through security, the view opened up. The heavyweight zone was 10 times larger than the sorting area. It looked like a massive steel canyon. Mountains of scrapped armor plating, tank treads, and mech wreckage rose up around me, gleaming coldly in the sun. Giant cranes, hundreds of feet high, groaned as they moved multi-ton slabs of alloy. The air was thick with the smell of grease and the deafening roar of grinding metal. It was a cathedral of heavy industry. Why are there so many people today? I asked, trying to sound casual. Scarface Lee lit a cigarette and lowered his voice, a trace of anger on his face. The front lines. Word is, things are getting messy down south. The friction with those beast bastards is heating up. It's not just small skirmishes anymore. Yesterday alone, several high-ranking officers were badly hurt. They sent back truckloads of trashed gear. He took a long drag and crushed the butt under his boot. Damn monsters. If I had the strength, I'd head to the front myself. Even if I only took one of them down with me, it'd be worth it. I looked at his flushed face, a bit surprised. I didn't expect this petty, greedy foreman to have such a fiery streak. In my past life, war was something in history books. Now it was real. I thought of Shun Qingzi, the SS-ranked genius heading for the military university. That was the path she was choosing. I thought of the rock robot I had devoured. Even an S-rank like Liu Beichen was helpless against it when it went berserk. But even the military's greatest tech was fragile in a real war. I shook off the thoughts and asked about the safety rules. Just find a spot and stay out of the way of the cranes. Scarface Lee waved me off. The boss said even if you sleep all day, you still get paid. After my stunt with the robot yesterday, everyone assumed I was a dead man walking with nothing to lose. They treated me with a strange kind of respect. I nodded and slipped behind a remote mountain of scrap metal. Like a rat in a granary, my secret feast began. I pressed my left palm against a waist-high slab of tank armor. Devour. Ding. Devoured C-rank high manganese steel. Refinement complete. Mass points plus 32. A surge of pure energy flowed into me. My eyes lit up. This was the real deal. This was so much better than the tiny scraps outside. I reached for a broken mech drive shaft nearby, thick with complex gears. Ding. Devoured B-rank titanium tungsten alloy. Mass points plus 45. I kept going. I found a jagged piece of wreckage that looked like the wingtip of a fighter jet, scarred by energy burns. Ding. Devoured B-plus rank memory alloy. Mass points plus 110. I almost cheered out loud. This was a feast. In just 10 minutes, I had gained over 200 points. At this rate, I wouldn't just fill my progress bar, I'd smash through it. I pretended to be sorting through the trash while my left hand worked overtime behind my back. My balance started climbing rapidly. 453, 688, 974, I was reaching for a rusted robot chest plate when my fingers brushed against something strange. The center of the plate had a massive claw mark, the metal torn like paper. Stuck deep inside the gears of the wound was a thumb-sized object. I pried it out. It was a dull, gray crystal. It looked like an ordinary pebble, rough and unremarkable. But the moment I held it in my palm, I felt it. A faint, incredibly pure pulse of energy radiated from inside the stone, vibrating in perfect harmony with the mass core inside my own body. A single word flashed through my mind: monster crystal. I remembered the one Liu Beichen had used to suck up to Shun Hanyuan yesterday. That one had been a deep, dark purple, but the texture was similar to this. The energy in this pebble was thousands of times weaker and felt incredibly messy, but I didn't care. Whatever it was, I was eating it. Devour. Ding. Devoured low-grade rank 1 monster crystal. Mass points plus 100. The gray crystal in my palm vaporized instantly. Not even a speck of dust remained. A wave of energy, 100 times purer than all the scrap metal I'd eaten combined, slammed into my arm and surged through my veins. My eyes nearly popped out of my head. Holy crap, 100 points? I looked down at my hand, then at the mountain of scrap metal at my feet. I had been working myself to death, chewing through rusted pipes just to get a few dozen points. Suddenly, the gleaming metal around me didn't look so appetizing anymore. It was like I'd been eating stale bread, and someone just handed me a piece of candy that was worth a whole banquet. I realized I'd just discovered a gold mine. No wonder the Federation spent so much money sending awakeners to hunt monsters. These things were literally walking batteries. If a low-grade, decaying piece of junk like this was worth 100 points, what would a fresh, high-quality crystal be worth? A new light flickered in my eyes: greed. If I wanted to live a better life than I did in my past one, these crystals were the key. I forced myself to calm down and kept digging through the scrap heap. But I wasn't looking at iron bars anymore. I searched for robot parts with claw marks or burn scars. Unfortunately, after half an hour, I didn't find a second one. It made sense. Finding one was a stroke of insane luck. I was just thinking about moving to a different section when I heard footsteps behind me. They weren't the heavy thuds of a factory worker. They were light, rhythmic, and purposeful. I turned around. Standing against the light was a tall, striking figure. She wasn't wearing her black combat suit or her training gear. She had on a simple white t-shirt tucked into high-waisted jeans, showing off a slender waistline. Her long hair was down, framing her collarbones and neck. She wore white canvas shoes, stepping over the rusted iron plates with grace. It was Shunqingzi. Her eyes, usually as calm as a still lake, locked onto my face. She froze for a second. "You're Lin Yuan?" she asked, her voice trailing off. "Can your face evolve too?" I didn't blink. Inside, I was laughing my head off, but I kept my expression cool. I let a small smile tug at the corner of my mouth. "High-grade nutrient solution," I said, referencing the one her father gave me yesterday. It burned through my life force to purify my body. I guess it burned away the junk in my skin too. Just a side effect of the final radiance before the end. Nothing to worry about. It was a perfect excuse. The shock of a glow-up is often more direct than the shock of gaining power. But Shin Qingxi's eyes narrowed. Where others heard a tragedy about a dying man, she heard something else. She saw a warrior willing to trade his life for power. As a pure martial artist, nothing commanded her respect more. She was headed to the southern abyss, a meat grinder where even high-level military awakeners died constantly. The monsters there were more terrifying than anything in the textbooks. She needed a shield. Someone hard enough to take a fatal blow for her. My father had bet 8 million Federation credits and a spatial ring on me, but she only trusted her own judgment. "The Abyss expedition tomorrow will be more dangerous than you can imagine," she said, her voice turning cold again. She raised her right hand, fingers pressed together. A silver glow flowed between her knuckles. Metal energy condensed, forming the translucent blade of a Tang sword. Her weapon, Cold Peak. The tip of the blade pointed directly at my throat. "Prove it to me," she commanded. "Prove you have the right to be my shield." The pressure from her blade aura rippled outward. The scrap metal 10 meters away began to vibrate. The workers in the distance held their breath. Old Kai clenched his fists. She had an SS rank talent. Even a casual gesture from her carried a sharpness that made it hard to look her in the eye. To anyone else, this strike would be terrifying. But with my increased density and bronze rank perception, her movements looked like a slow-motion replay. I didn't move. I didn't even drop into a defensive stance. Just as the silver tip was an inch from my throat, I raised my right hand. I snapped my index and middle fingers together, catching the blade in a pinch. Clang! The sharp sound of metal hitting metal echoed through the warehouse. The freezing blade of cold peak was locked tight between my two fingers. The tip hung right in front of my Adam's apple, unable to move a single millimeter forward. In the distance, old Kai's hand shook so hard he dropped his cigarette onto his own skin. He didn't even notice. His eyes were wide enough to fall out. The other workers looked like their jaws had hit the floor. This was the eldest daughter of the Shin family. Her SS rank metal bone blade had been caught by an F rank trash student using only 2 fingers. Catching a blade barehanded was crazy enough. Doing it with 2 fingers was insulting. A spark of genuine shock appeared in Shun Qingxi's beautiful eyes, followed immediately by a flash of competitive fire. She twisted her wrist, pouring power into the hilt, trying to pull the blade back for another strike. It didn't budge. I held it in a death grip. She actually couldn't pull it away. I let a smirk play on my lips. My tone was so casual, it was borderline annoying. Miss Shin, you might want to use a little more strength. Did you skip breakfast? Shin Qingxi let out a cold snort. Her gaze turned sharp. Fine then. Her slender wrist flicked. The metal energy inside the blade underwent a qualitative change. The silver edge became almost transparent, trailing a thread of silver so fine it distorted the light around it. The temperature dropped instantly. Old Kai's face turned pale. He'd seen many warriors fight, but the aura coming off that silver thread was on a completely different level. Gale atomic line, Shin Qingxi shouted. Her wrist exploded with enough torque to slice through a heavy tank. This was the move she'd used to sever the alloy claws of a rank 3 monster. It compressed metal energy to an atomic level, ignoring physical thickness to cut through high-density armor. It was her ultimate armor-piercing skill. She wasn't trying to hurt me anymore. She just wanted to reclaim the dignity of her weapon from my fingers. Break! A high-pitched screech of metal grinding against metal erupted between my fingertips. The atomic wire cut into my skin at high speed, sending sparks and fluorescent light flying. The air hissed as it was torn apart. My upper body stayed as steady as a mountain. I didn't even wobble. But the ground beneath my feet began to groan under the sheer pressure. The metal floor buckled and twisted, centered right under my boots. The high-strength, explosion-proof steel plate beneath me was designed to withstand the weight of a heavy tank. Under the sheer force of the impact, it didn't just bend. My boots sank deep into the metal, leaving 2 clear footprints surrounded by jagged, warped steel. 1 ton of real mass met the full power of Shun Qingxi's strike. The kinetic energy had to go somewhere. It flowed through my body and vented perfectly into the floor, shattering the ground beneath me. But my fingers didn't budge. 1,000 kilograms of density were concentrated in my fingertips. My atoms were locked in a physical stalemate, crushed together so tightly there wasn't a single nanometer of space between them. The atomic wire was sharp enough to cut through reality, but it couldn't find a single gap to enter. It wasn't that the blade wasn't sharp enough. There was simply nowhere for it to bite. A massive recoil surged back through the blade. Shin Qingxi's hand went numb. She lost her balance and was forced back half a step before she could steady herself. She quickly retracted her sword, leaping back 3 meters and landing in a slight crouch. Her eyes were fixed on my hand. There was no blood on my index finger. The skin wasn't even broken. All that remained was a faint, shallow white mark. That was it. This is impossible, Shin Qingxi whispered, her voice trembling. Her hand shook from the effort of the strike. That move was designed to slice through a tank's main armor. It was the ultimate armor-piercing technique from her SS rank talent. She had used it to sever the scales of rank 3 monsters. Yet, it couldn't even scratch the skin of an F rank awakened. She looked down at her blade. A tiny, almost invisible nick had formed on the edge of the steel. Her chest heaved. She was Shun Qingxi, a genius with a legendary talent. Since the day she awakened, no one of her rank had ever stopped her blade head-on, let alone with 2 fingers. And yet, I had caught it, tanked her strongest hit, and walked away without a scratch. I looked down at the white mark on my finger and smiled. Thanks for holding back, Miss Shun. Holding back? That was her absolute best shot. Shin Qingxi's face turned bright red, the heat spreading from her neck to her ears. She bit her lip, unable to even look at me. She glanced down at the ruined steel floor, then looked up, her voice returning to its usual icy tone. Your body is certainly tough enough, she said. She didn't ask any more questions. She just turned and walked away. Day after tomorrow, 6 in the morning. Meet at the factory gate. As her white silhouette disappeared around a corner in the steel canyon, the deathly silence finally broke. The crowd erupted into a roar of disbelief. I ignored them. I just looked at the 2 perfect footprints I'd left in the expensive floor. Only one thought crossed my mind. Man, I hope they don't make me pay for this. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room on the top floor, Shun Hongyuan was relaxing with a cup of premium tea. He'd been watching the screen, feeling a bit proud that his daughter was going to teach me a lesson. He wanted me to see what a real SS-rank talent looked like. When I caught the blade with 2 fingers, his mouth started to twitch. When the atomic wire came out, he sat up straight, worried. He didn't want her to actually cut my fingers off. I was an $8 million investment. He didn't want to spend millions more on medical bills before I even hit the battlefield. But when he saw that faint white mark on the screen, he froze. He sprayed a mouthful of tea all over the monitors. He didn't even bother to wipe it off. He just stared, his eyes wide. The atomic wire hadn't even broken my skin. He stood up so fast his chair went flying across the room. What kind of monster is this kid, he muttered. F-rank, you've got to be kidding me. Then the camera panned to the floor, showing the massive craters I'd stepped into the explosion-proof steel. Shun Hanyuan finally accepted the truth. I was a human-shaped beast. He took a sip from his dented cup and watched as I casually turned back to the scrap pile to keep scavenging for parts. Go ahead, steal whatever you want, he whispered to the screen. But if you touch my flowers, I'll break your legs. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was an internal line from the Southern Military District. He waited 3 seconds, then answered. Speak. The voice on the other end was heavy. It was an old contact from the front lines, codenamed Iron Arm. Old Shun, the warning level just spiked. What happened? On the 3rd defensive line, we detected 7 cross-border fluctuations since last night. At least 4 rank 2 beasts. One of them shows energy readings for rank 3. What? Rank 3? Shun Hongyuan's voice boomed, rattling the glass in the room. What the hell is the reconnaissance department doing? A rank 3 beast pushed hundreds of kilometers from the abyss core to the outskirts, and your warning net didn't see it? Was everyone asleep? There was a long silence. Iron Arm sounded bitter. I won't make excuses. It was our failure. The rank 3 beast, it's a mountain hunting ironback. Shun Hongyuan's pupils shrank. At 2:17 a.m., it smashed through the outer blockade. Iron Arm continued. It tore through 2 of our scout teams. 5 armored vehicles were totaled. 14 awakened are in the hospital. By the time reinforcements arrived, the damn thing had already retreated back into the abyss. It came and went as it pleased. Shin Hanyuan gritted his teeth. The whole thing took less than 12 minutes, Iron Arm said solemnly. It wasn't hunting for food. It was testing us. A chill ran down Shun Hongyuan's spine. Monsters were naturally stronger than humans at the same rank. A rank 3 beast had the raw power of a rank 4 human. And a mountain-hunting ironback was a top-tier predator, covered in metallic bone armor with a horn that could pierce any alloy. They were violent, fast, and could level a mountainside just by running into it. Usually, they stayed deep in the abyss. Now, they were probing the borders. Old Shun, you know how it is, Iron Arm sighed. There are over 100 entrances across the southern district. We can't predict where they'll pop up. We don't have enough men. We're just moving pieces around to cover the holes, but the holes are getting bigger. Shin Hanyuan stayed silent. He knew the reality. The front lines were stretched too thin. Everyone was screaming for reinforcements, but there were no more people to send. It wasn't a failure of leadership. It was the simple, desperate reality of humanity facing the abyss. The capital is sending 2 mech companies to reinforce Jiangxing, Iron Arm added. But things are heating up on the eastern and western fronts too. The expansion rate of every single abyss crack is rising. The abyss crack expansion rate had climbed another 5.2% compared to last month. Shen Hongyuan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the data. It wasn't 3.7% anymore. It was rising. The energy leaks were intensifying, and high-level monsters were pushing their territories further out. These weren't just bad signs. They were the tremors before a volcanic eruption. About your daughter's training mission. The voice on the other end of the phone paused. She leaves tomorrow. Shen Hongyuan grunted a response. Look, old Shun, I'm going to be honest with you. Tell her to wait. It's not about being afraid. This wave isn't normal. Those things in the abyss, it's like they're being driven out by something bigger. It's not a territory expansion. It's a mass exodus. Shen Hongyuan stayed silent for a long time. He could call his daughter's mentor and make an excuse to delay the mission in a heartbeat. But he knew Shinqingzi. She was just like her mother. The more dangerous the front lines became, the faster she would run toward them. If he tried to shield her, she'd just skip the application process and sign up as a frontline volunteer. She was a stone wall. Nothing could pull her back. I know, he finally said. I'll consider it. He hung up and turned his gaze back to the surveillance monitor. On the screen, the tea on the desk hadn't even dried yet. I was there, crouched behind a pile of scrapped mecha parts, rummaging through the junk like a scavenger. Shen Hongyuan watched me, his expression unreadable. My physical density had surpassed anything he recognized. In his half-century of life, he'd seen countless space-type talents and monsters, but he'd never seen an F-rank talent this durable. He was starting to doubt his own theory about my secondary petrification mutation. But regardless of what I was, one thing was certain. I was the best shield he could find for his daughter. Even if I only bought her a few extra seconds of reaction time in a crisis, it would be enough. He rubbed the edge of his phone case, his eyes locked on my back. 3 days, he whispered. Just let everything go smoothly. Meanwhile, back in the restricted zone of the scrap yard, I was feeling a bit cocky. Ever since I'd stumbled upon that low-grade beast crystal and devoured it for 100 mass points, my standards had skyrocketed. Regular scrap metal? I didn't even look at it anymore. A few hours ago, I was perfectly happy chewing on manganese steel and tungsten alloys for 40 points a pop. Now, it was like being offered a dry bun after eating a steak. My palate had become refined. I was hunting for the good stuff. Wreckage with claw marks, energy burns, or battle scars. That's where the real treasure hid. Fragments of beast crystals or dried high-level blood were often embedded in the jagged tiers of the armor. To the military, it was just trash. To me, it was pure, organic nutrition. I ducked behind a row of wrecked infantry carriers and spotted my target. It was a massive tank armor plate, weighing at least 800 pounds. A giant crater was punched through the center, the high-strength alloy torn open like wet paper. The edges were charred and uneven. This wasn't a clean cut from a laser. These were claw marks from something incredibly hot and incredibly strong. My eyes lit up. I moved to the side of the plate, clearing away the rust and peering into the deepest crevice of the tear. Something was shimmering. The glow was faint, but it was there. The problem was the thickness. This was 6 centimeters of military-grade special steel. The gap was too narrow for my fingers to reach inside. A normal person would have needed a plasma cutter or a crane to flip it. I checked my surroundings. The nearest worker was 50 meters away. That was far enough. I gripped the jagged edges of the tear, my fingers sinking into the steel like it was clay. I planted my feet, letting my massive internal density anchor me to the earth. I pulled. The metal groaned. The 800-pound plate lifted off the ground, but that wasn't enough. I needed to see what was inside. I gritted my teeth and wrenched my arms apart. Creak. The sound of tearing metal was deafening, like a giant snapping a rebar. That 6-centimeter thick plate split open in my hands like a cardboard box. The fresh, silver cross-section of the steel glinted in the light. 50 meters away, a worker named Scarface froze. The half-smoked cigarette in his mouth fell directly onto the dirt. Holy crap, he whispered. The men behind him stopped dead. One young guy dropped his iron crate right onto his own foot, but he didn't even flinch from the pain. He couldn't take his eyes off me. That's a tank's main armor plate, the kid stammered. It takes 4 of us and a hydraulic shear to cut that. He just used his hands. F-rank talent. You're sure? Scarface Lee picked up his cigarette, realized it was out, and tried to light it again. His hands were shaking. It's the final burst. The military inspectors said it's a mutation. The closer he gets to the end of his life, the more explosive his power becomes. He took a shaky breath. Poor kid. He probably doesn't have many days left. I didn't care about their gossip. The armor plate was open, and the prize was mine. 4 gray crystal shards, each the size of a thumbnail, lay nestled in the gap. They were stained with dried, dark brown blood, emitting a faint pulse of energy. Beside them was a piece of black, shell-like material. It wasn't metal or stone. I leaned in and caught a scent, a wild, terrifying aroma that made my skin crawl. Beast core blood armor. I didn't care what it was called. I just wanted to eat. I pulled the plates closer to hide my hands from view and pressed my left palm against the shards. Devour. The notifications flooded my brain. Level 2 Beast Crystal Shard detected. Mass points plus 75, plus 82, plus 91, plus 68. Level 2 Beast Core Blood Armor Residue detected. Purification complete. Mass points plus 340. My heart skipped a beat. 340 points for a single scrap of blood armor? If I could get my hands on a fresh, whole level 2 beast corpse, I couldn't even imagine the gains. I'd never sleep again. I finished off the torn armor plate for good measure. B-grade military steel devoured. Mass points plus 87. The system pings kept ringing in my head like a slot machine hitting the jackpot. I felt like a gambler who couldn't stop winning. I checked my balance. 1,480.8 points. I rubbed my hands together. If I kept this up for the rest of the day and factored in the 1% daily compound growth, I'd be more than ready by the time we headed out the day after tomorrow. I felt a surge of excitement. At this rate, I might even be able to exchange for another talent sequence soon. Reaching the 10,000 kilograms of real mass required for the 3rd-tier silver rank was still a long way off, but I knew I was on the right track. One thing was absolutely certain now. The field training session the day after tomorrow wasn't just a mission to act as a meat shield for Shenhonyuan. To me, that place was an all-you-can-eat buffet. The beast corpses, the scattered crystal fragments, and that blood-soaked battlefield the military struggled to manage, it wasn't a danger zone. It was an untapped gold mine. I licked my lips and reached for the next piece of claw-marked wreckage. My hands moved like a human excavator, tearing into the scrap. Meanwhile, in the exclusive cultivation room of the Zhao family, 2 floors underground at Jiangqing Villa No. 1, the atmosphere was heavy with heat. 2 iron-rank bodyguards were busy fastening the final piece of dark red scale armor onto Zhao Kuo. They stepped back 3 paces and bowed as Zhao Kuo stood in the center of the room, slowly spreading his arms. This was the red flame armor, a C-grade fire attribute suit that hugged his body perfectly. The dark red scales shimmered with faint fire patterns, looking as if molten lava was flowing beneath the surface. It was crafted from the belly skin of a 3rd-tier fire beast, designed to absorb 30% of physical impact and boost fire-type talents by 20%. Zhao Fu had spent 4 million to secure this masterpiece for his son. Zhao Kuo rolled his shoulders, the armor plates letting out a crisp, metallic rasp. He smirked, looking at his reflection. How do I look? The bodyguards exchanged a glance and shouted in unison. Young Master Zhao is magnificent. Stop kissing my ass, Zhao Kuo snapped, though he couldn't hide the pride in his lifted chin. He walked to a safe in the corner, punched in a 6-digit code, and watched the lock click open. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a crystal the size of a pigeon egg. It was deep red, with liquid lights swirling inside like a miniature ball of magma. It was a level 2 fire beast core. Zhao Kuo gripped it in his palm and turned toward Lu Ruyan. She was sitting cross-legged in the corner within a spirit-gathering formation. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, her eyes closed, and her slender fingers held a complex seal. She was channeling her A-grade special-type talent, Chi Resonance. She looked focused and serene, but inside, she was laughing. Her Chi anchor was already latched onto Zhao Kuo's source. Her desire siphon was ready. When Zhao Kuo absorbed the energy from that crystal, She would intercept 90% of it through their dual cultivation link, leaving him with a measly 10%. She had practiced this maneuver 1,000 times. It was seamless. She never intended to give Zhao anything in return. He had an S-rank talent, family resources, and a top-tier environment. She only had this body that naturally absorbed energy and a heart colder than anyone realized. In 5 days, on the arena stage, Lin Yuan would die. She would step over the corpses of both these men to reach bronze rank within 6 months and silver within 2 years. Once she reached those heights, the only son of the Zhao family wouldn't even be fit to carry her shoes. Ruyan, Zhao Kuo's voice broke her thoughts. She opened her eyes, flashing a perfectly timed, gentle smile. I'm ready. Zhao Kuo marched over and held the crystal up before her. Do you see this? A level 2 fire crystal. My father pulled every favor he had to get it. Once I absorb this and receive your feedback. He leaned into her ear, his voice low and feverish. I'll touch the threshold of bronze rank tonight. And in 5 days, I'll let you watch as I burn that trash Lin Yuan's bones into ash, inch by inch, in front of the whole school. The coldness in the depths of Lu Ruyan's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a soft curve of her lips. I believe in you. Satisfied, Zhao Kuo stepped back and squeezed his right hand shut. Crush. The level 2 crystal shattered in his palm. Violent, crimson energy erupted like a miniature volcano. His S-rank talent, molten earth fire, surged out instantly. Red, liquid flames seeped from his pores, carrying a scorching heat wave that swept through the room. The temperature skyrocketed. The bodyguards and the 3 lackeys at the door were forced back several steps. One of them wasn't fast enough, and his eyebrows were singed off. Damn, the 3rd lackey yelled, shielding his face. Young Master Zhao is too strong. S-rank is truly on another level. If he threw a punch now, the whole street would melt. The head bodyguard barked at them to shut up, but even he couldn't hide the awe in his eyes. In the center of the room, Zhao Kuo was engulfed in dark red flames. The patterns on his armor glowed with blinding intensity. He looked like a fire god crawling out from the depths of the earth. He could feel the power expanding inside him, pushing him closer and closer to the bronze threshold. He was just 1 step away. Ruyan, feed it back. Lu Ruyan formed her seals, activating her talent sequence. The chi anchor locked onto Zhao Kuo's source. Success. The siphon began to draw the fire energy toward her. Then, something went wrong. Without warning, the foundation of Lu Ruyan's talent, the tiny wisp of energy she had spent 3 years stealing from Lin Yuan, began to collapse. It wasn't a slow leak, it was a total structural failure. Lu Ruyan's face turned deathly pale. Her arms began to tremble. What is happening? She didn't have time to analyze it. That stolen energy was the bedrock of her talent. Without it, her A-grade power was a skyscraper built on shifting sand. And now, the sand was being sucked away. The energy she had spent 3 years harvesting was being violently pulled back by its original owner. She didn't know that Lin Yuan had broken through to the 2nd-tier bronze rank last night, but her talent knew. At the other end of the chi anchor, the trash she had used as a battery was now so powerful that the laws of ownership were correcting themselves. The energy was flowing back to him, and she couldn't stop it. Her talent sequence went into a violent frenzy. The siphon, missing its foundation, created a terrifying energy vacuum. Her instincts reacted to fill the void. She began to suck, not the fire energy from the crystal, but Zhao Kuo's very life source. Zhao Kuo stiffened. The molten fire swirling around him froze. The light on his armor dimmed instantly. What? He looked down at his hands. The flames were shrinking. He wasn't pulling them back. They were being drained out of him. The power was pouring into the dual cultivation link like it was falling into a bottomless pit. Ruyan, Zhao Kuo roared, turning his head. Lu Ruyan's face was bloodless, her forehead drenched in cold sweat. Her hands were shaking so hard she could barely hold the seal. She was trying to stop the backlash, but it was impossible. Zhao Kuo, something is interfering. She wheezed through gritted teeth. Zhao Kuo wasn't listening. His energy was vanishing. In front of his men, at the very moment of his breakthrough, his power was running away. It felt worse than death. Give it back, he screamed. He forced his S-rank source to its limit, trying to violently yank the fire energy back into his body. That was the final mistake. The backlash inside Lu Ruyan reached a breaking point. The collapsing foundation, the haywire siphon, and Zhao Kuo's brutal tug-of-war collided. Her chi resonance talent triggered its most primal parasitic instinct, survival at all costs. It dumped all the backlash and the chaotic energy turbulence onto the host. Zhao Kuo had no defense. He wasn't prepared. The liquid fire that had been cut off and then forced back into him went completely out of control, slamming into him alongside the full force of the energy shockwave. The impact slammed directly into Zhao Kuo's chest. A dull thud echoed through the room. His red flame armor managed to block the external shockwave, but it couldn't stop the explosion happening inside his own ribs. Acrid black smoke began pouring out from the gaps in his armor. His body jerked forward violently as the metallic taste of iron flooded his throat. He couldn't hold it back. A massive spray of fresh blood erupted from his mouth, splattering across the floor. Zhao Kuo's knees buckled. He crashed down, one knee hitting the training room floor with a heavy crack. The entire room went silent. His bodyguards were the first to react, rushing forward to support him. His 3 lackeys just stood there like wooden statues. The awe on their faces had been replaced by pure terror. They stammered his name, but he couldn't answer. He propped himself up with his hands, his entire frame shaking uncontrollably. A thin trail of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. He didn't understand what had just happened. Everything had been perfect a moment ago. His energy was rising. The bronze rank was right within his reach. How did it all collapse so fast? He turned his head to look at Lu Ruyan. She had already collapsed inside the giant spirit array, looking utterly exhausted. Her mind, however, was racing at lightning speed. She knew exactly what this was. It was a backlash of chi resonance. The foundation she had built was crumbling. It took her less than 2 seconds to realize the cause. Lin Yuan. The man she had been draining for 3 years had changed. He had grown stronger. He was so strong now that the chi she had stolen was naturally flowing back to its rightful owner. But she couldn't say that. She could never say that. Admitting the truth meant admitting her A-rank talent was stolen. Lu Ruyan forced herself up. Her eyes were bloodshot, the tiny capillaries having burst from the energy rebound. She crawled to Zhao Kuo's side, her face pale and filled with feigned panic. Her voice trembled, but every word was calculated. She told him it wasn't a problem with the cultivation technique. She claimed she felt a deathly energy interfering with the process. She described it as a byproduct of a mutated talent. Zhao Kuo wiped the blood from his mouth, leaving a long smear across his cheek. He demanded to know what she meant. Lu Ruyan bit her lower lip, showing just the right amount of hesitation and fear. She brought up Lin Yuan. She reminded him that Lin Yuan's mutation wasn't just simple petrification. His talent made him heavier by consuming his own life force. She claimed that this kind of suicidal mutation created a curse. She told Zhao Kuo that Lin Yuan was using his remaining life to curse them both. The training room became so quiet I could have heard a heartbeat. One of the lackeys shivered, stammering about how a dying waste could possibly curse an S-rank genius. Lu Ruyan didn't argue. She just lowered her eyes and let silent tears fall. It was a flawless performance. Zhao Kuo's face twisted. I could see the humiliation, the pain, and the rage boiling over. Deep down, there was a flicker of genuine fear. He violently shoved his bodyguards away and wobbled to his feet. He grabbed a priceless crystal cup from the table and smashed it against the wall. Glass shattered everywhere. He wiped the last of the blood from his chin, his eyes bloodshot and predatory. He barked in order to bring in the men he had sent to watch Lin Yuan. He wanted to know exactly what that waste had been doing for the past 2 days.